Hello everyone, welcome to this first stream on the TCEC SuperFinal between Stockfish and Leela. And just give me just a little bit of time. I'm just having a little look to see whether everything is working fine just before we start this monster stream. And yeah, I think this is working pretty well. I can see I'm on there. Just going to have a quick listen to my sound just to make sure that I'm actually speaking. Let's have a look at that, and then yeah, hopefully it's all going to work. Getting an error on there. Let's have a look. I tried it out not so long ago and it all went absolutely fine, so let's hope that it's going to go fine here. Yeah, okay, I think that's all working. That's great. So let me just mute it and we'll just see how that goes. Brilliant. Okay, welcome everyone. Looks like it's all working, so welcome everyone. It's TCC SuperFinal between Stockfish and Leela. Really looking forward to it. And of course, a special reason this time, because I was asked to provide 25 of the 50 openings that Stockfish and Leela are going to be battling it out with. And that's yeah, massive challenge actually, I have to say. Really not that easy. I mean, enormous kudos to obviously to Jeroen Nomen, who's done the book, the Sufi book, for the past few seasons, and of course also to the bookmeisters for League 4, League 3, League 2, League 1. I mean, it's really quite difficult to do this job, but I'll be talking a little bit as well during the stream just about how that went, and yeah, what I tried to do and what I'm aiming for with my openings, and then we're going to see whether it works out or not. Yeah, I mean, let's just see how that goes. So just want to give the story just before we start again. Just of how Stockfish and Leela got here. Yeah, I mean, really very interesting. I mean, Stockfish was out ahead all the time. Leela caught it a few times, but in the end, Stockfish emerged a point ahead. I suppose what's noticeable is that Leela beat Stockfish in the individual matchup, and also Leela never lost an opening. The worst it did was 1-1. And for the rest, it won all the openings, which is, you know, in a way, you know, Stockfish won the overall battle, but Leela can point to some pluses as well. I think also quite noticeable is to see how strong Komodo Dragon has become. With the addition of NNUE, you really see that, well, although Komodo Dragon struggles against Stockfish, against Leela, it's achieving parity. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, pretty excited to see where Komodo is going. And yeah, Stoveface was playing again, did its normal thing of starting really well in Division P and then tailing off just a little bit, but pretty clearly number 4. And I have to say, I was fortunate enough to get a copy of Stoveface. Thanks very much to Giancarlo Pascuto. Am I pronouncing that properly? I don't think so, but thanks very much to yeah, to the author of Stoveface for doing that. And I thought it was really strong. I mean, on my hardware, it was doing really well, you know. And so yeah, I mean, great to see Stoveface doing so well there. You know, very unusual engine, finds very unusual plans. And yeah, you know, of the other engines, I mean, you know, Alistein solid, but not challenging for the top places anymore. Scorpio did really well, as always, you know, just to stay above the relegation places. And yeah, I mean, Ethereal had a rough time again, although, you know, looking at it in division, in League One, I mean, it's it's one of those engines that's in a way too strong for League One, not quite strong enough for Division P at the moment. But well, you never know. You know, it's plenty of yeah. You know, you sort of hope that it's going to develop like that. And then yeah, I was very impressed with Igel, I have to say. You know, a shame it relegated, but I'm sure it'll be back. Played some great games. There's a game on this channel actually that it played against Stockfish. Came so close to beating it, and yeah, that's a really impressive engine. I really do like that one a lot. So how many minutes to go? Just 4 minutes to go. We're really counting down here, and yeah, I mean we had quite a lot of excitement just in the run up. I'm glad I spent so much time in the TCEC chat, because yeah, you see lots of things that you wouldn't want to miss. I mean, what actually happened here was that so they're playing plenty of test games between Vice playing with 30% of the time and against Stockfish and Leela, just to make sure that everything works. I mean, I think Stockfish is incredibly stable. So, you know, that's not too surprising. It didn't get many test games, but they were trying Leela, and what they'd actually done was they'd switched off MLH, which I think you'd call the anti-shuffling functionality, which basically means that Leela, when it's in a winning position, it sort of tries to find faster wins. Without it, it'll might shuffle forever before eventually finding a win. And they thought that essentially that removing it wouldn't do any harm, that Leela had evolved to such a state that it wouldn't be shuffling. But well, they tried it against Vice, and yeah, it looked pretty bad. Well, looked bad. I mean, Leela won in the end, but it wasn't great chess really. And well, now they've enabled MLH, so the anti-shuffling, just a little bit, and that seemed to make a big difference in the test game. So Leela was really yeah, going ahead and finishing off a one position very, very nicely. So yeah, let's hope that last minute alteration has not done any harm, but has only done some good. It's I mean, obviously what you want, you really want yeah, you know, a Sufi that's as close as possible. That's the most thrilling, really. Okay, yeah, just having a look at the chat. Always always good, nice ideas there. Somebody's coming up with an idea for a next book title called Scam Changer. Scam being, of course, what the TCEC is all about. It's I do love the TCEC chat. I think it's a lovely place. I mean, really enormously instructive. I mean, you just learn so much about engines, you know, just by being in the chat and interacting there. And you know, I mean, that really is wonderful. Now let's have a look. Yeah, I'm pressing refresh. That's very getting the clapping sounds. I'm impatient. I want to see the first opening, and it's actually one of mine. Can you believe it? The first opening is one of mine. So my openings are going to be the odd numbers, and Jeroen's Noman's openings are going to be the even numbers. So let's just tell everyone. I'm not quite sure that everyone knows I'm streaming yet. So let's have a look. I'll just let them know what is my what is my address for streaming. It's a new channel, so let's have a look. Silicon Road. Yeah, there we are. So let's do a little bit of streaming. Just tell the people in the chat. Doing a bit of streaming on. Here we are. This is the first opening. Hurrah! Let's just make it so you can see all of the board. And then let's have a look. So this is the first opening of my book, and that's a Richter Rouser open Sicilian. Let's take a little look at the opening moves and we'll see how that went. So e4, c5, knight f3, d6, d4, takes, knight f6, knight c3, knight c6. So this is the key thing of the Richter rouser. Black plays the knight to c6. I mean, in Najdorf and Scheveningen's, then often this knight ends up coming to d7. C6, yeah, that's just the classical. And the Richter rouser is bishop g5. A little bit mysterious that it's called the Richter rouser because apparently Rouser didn't play this opening very much. It was mainly Karl Richter in actual fact. But sometimes these names stick, and if there's a random Russian, often he gets the credit for it. But it was Karl Richter, I think, who really played this a lot. So Queen d2, this is the main line. A6, castles, bishop d7, f3. A sort of English attack, anything with a pawn on f3 and, well, a bishop on e3. That's generally called the English attack. And then b5, g4, and knight e5. Now, where on earth did I get this opening from? That's the most interesting thing. People keep on claiming that the GUI is stuck and keeps on restarting. I think that's actually true, because it's happening to me. But okay, let's hope that that's the last time. So where did I get this opening from? Well, I got this opening from a book I was reading, which is called The Richter Rouser Reborn by Zdenko Kozul and a guy called Jankovic as well. Now, Kozul is a Croatian Grandmaster, a strong player, been above 2600, and a very creative player, and he has played this opening for almost all his life. I mean, he's got, I don't know, something ridiculous, 300, 400 games in this opening as black. And he wrote a book about it. And I mean, I've always found these openings very, very difficult to play with black. But yeah, you know, he was very confident about it. But I did notice, you know, whilst I was playing through variations in the book, that the engines were pretty positive about it for white. So I thought that there would be some interesting positions to try here. I mean, in principle, black's position is somewhat fraught. I mean, these knights on e5 and f6, you know, they're both pretty exposed to something like f4 and g5. But black has the counterplay with b4. And along the open C file, so it's it's a bit of a ropey open Sicilian, you can say, but not clear, not 100% clear in any way. Leela's at 0.42, which is positive for Leela, but not completely winning. And we'll see that Stockfish probably is probably around +1 or something like that. You know, it's so it's quite an unbalanced opening, as always, as we always try in the Sufi, but chances for both sides. So yeah, you know, let's hope that this is going to go really well. Yeah, we're seeing actually Stockfish at 0.9 here, and Leela playing this move very, very quickly, which is a3. So yeah, I mean, actually, just to maybe just explain a little bit about how I tested all these openings. So I tested these openings, first of all, you know, obviously, I went through, well, these openings, where they come from? They come from, a lot of them come from books. I mean, I do a monthly book review column for New in Chess. And I mean, I read a lot of books, and the way that I review the books is I go through them, and you know, just reading through them, I pick out interesting positions, things where I think, oh, is that really true? Can that be true, or is that wrong? And then I just play engine matches from those positions, and you know, maybe there's 10 or 15 positions in a book that are worth analysing. And then I just get the engines to play engine matches in them. So that's it's a really great way of learning openings, and also of really understanding what the quality is of an opening book. So I've got that, and what I've also got is I looked a lot at my own analysis. So yeah, opening variations that I like. Stuff that I've got lots of analysis for, you know, I mean, it's just, I used an awful lot of that as well. This one, of course, as I said, is from a book. And well, what did I actually try? I mean, first of all, what I did, I got Leela and Stockfish to analyze this for quite a long time in order to get a proper evaluation for it. What I did, I used the Chessify cloud for that. So, I mean, the Chessify cloud, you can really get a very fast Leela and an enormously fast Stockfish. And so I think for Leela, I normally try to get about 30 million nodes. I think I'm saying that right for Leela for an evaluation. And for Stockfish, it was about 30,000 million nodes. You know, that was what I tried. And then once I got to that, I sort of took that evaluation. I had the feeling that that would be, you know, decent. And then what I actually did was I ran quite a few engine matches, and I used obviously Stockfish and Leela, you know, the latest versions I could get each time, and also I was going to say, as a sanity check I used Komodo, and as an insanity check I used Stoneface. And yeah, you know, just played long games between them. I think I used 90 plus 5, so 90 minutes and 5 seconds increment. And I also used some longer games. For Komodo and against Stockfish, I used 240 minutes with 30 seconds increment. You know, and just tried out the games in that way. And I mean, what was the idea of it? I mean, my hardware isn't TCEC standard. I think, you know, generally I'm at a tenth of the speed of the TCEC hardware. But the idea was to sort of find out, first of all, I suppose, how many in how many games were Leela and Stockfish finding different plans? Because, you know, obviously you don't want two games the same. So even if it was an interesting position, if they both found the same plan twice, that was an opening that I couldn't use. And of course, you know, were the decisive games. You know, if I got Komodo and Stoneface and Leela all making draws in the opening, then it was pretty clear that it was, you know, even if it was interesting, it wasn't really going to be a good opening for the Sufi. So yeah, you know, I mean, that was basically how I did it. And I mean, I must have played yeah, hundreds of games, you know, at long time controls, just with engines on my hardware, just trying to work all this out. So yeah, I mean, I'm kind of nervous about this because yeah, kind of nervous about it because I put in so much work. It'd be really awful if it turns out not to be good. But also, yeah, you know, nervous, excited because yeah, really hoping that that this is going to be you know, really interesting for everyone. Yeah. It's so this opening, in actual fact. So let's just start with the moves here. We had A3. In actual fact, all of my engines played A3 except for Stoneface. Funnily enough, Stoneface played Bishop F2, but it did not handle this at all successfully with White. And Stockfish equalised very, very easily. So A3 is really the move. And now Queen B8 is the move that pretty much everyone played, again, except Stoneface, who went for the immediate B4 as a pawn sacrifice, and then met A takes B4 with Queen B8. So that's quite interesting, but Queen B8, we're still within the general bounds of expectation here with the engine. So let's have a little look. I'm just going to grab the PGN, and then we can just move to our analysis board and paste PGN, import, and we're there. So yeah, I mean, what do we have here with black? We've got a number of plans. First of all, you know, black's idea with Queen B8 obviously is to play a very quick B5 to B4, and after A B4, Queen B4, well, black's got the possibility of following up with Rook B8, A5 to A4 to A3. I mean, it's just yeah, just starting the counterplay quite nicely. I think there's also another idea, which would be to play at some stage Knight E5 to C4, with the idea that if after Bishop takes C4, we can go B takes C4, and the B file will be opened here. So that's quite interesting. That's black's plan mainly. I mean, I think black's often just going to leave its kingside undeveloped, leave its king on e8. I mean, you know, castling kingside is quite natural, of course, and it does activate this rook on h8. But, of course, you know, if the king castles, then, well, with the pawn already being on h6, g4 to g5 will be very dangerous. I mean, I think it's one of those funny things, really, that you play bishop g5 and you give black this extra tempo of h6, but it can also turn out to be a big weakness. I mean, it stops g4 to g5, but it also means that if you castle kingside, then g4 to g5 will actually open up the g file. So I think that black is actually going to wait with castling kingside for now, and developing its kingside even. Probably just leave the bishop on f8 for a while, and just try and develop its queenside play to distract white. What is white going to play? Well, I mean, something like h4. Let's have a look. h4, for example, and then rook g1 and g5 is you know, quite obvious. I think that's and then afterwards you're going to try and roll the knights back with f4. That's one of the, you know, absolutely standard plans. You could also try and play it a little bit more solidly. You know, you could play a move like king b1. Just try and get the queen side, you know, developed solidly before you you start taking any king side action, and also kind of wait, you know, for black to take some action, and then maybe you can strike back quickly. For example, I mean, there is stuff like you know, king b1 takes, and then you could even try f4 here. You know, just now that black's loosened himself, you know, with some sort of idea like knight c4. Takes and I don't know, e5 or maybe even, oops, good lord, or maybe even g5. You know, in this sort of case, you know, quite interesting, this sort of thing. So yeah, I mean, going to be intriguing to see what white decides here. Leela goes straight for h4. So yeah, no messing around here, just h4. And we're going to see what Stockfish comes up with now. Right, okay. So hello, 7 viewers. Good to see you. I'm keeping an eye in the chat as well, just in case anyone says anything. So I'm also keeping an eye on the TCEC chat as well. So yeah, going to be a good fun one here. Long time control, by the way, 120 plus 10. So we could get some pretty long games here. From that point of view, I'm quite relieved that Leela, that they implemented this anti-shuffling functionality, because otherwise it could be a very long game there. Okay, so let's have a look. I just go back to the main window here. So Stockfish played Leela played h4. Stockfish has played b4 here. So we're going to get a takes b4. That's pretty clear. Queen takes b4, and then Leela's got to work out exactly how it wants to play. Yeah, what are the plans here? Well, let's have a look. h4. Oops, good lord. We want to play h4, b4, a takes b4, queen takes b4. Yeah, I mean, sometimes the move a5 can be quite interesting, but probably in this case not so much. You could probably just block the b file with b5, and it won't be that dangerous. So a takes b4, queen takes b4, and yeah, how are we going to do things here? So what sort of plans does black have? Well, rook b8 is one idea, hitting the pawn on b2, and also a5 to a4 to a3. A little bit slower, but if it arrives on a3, it's going to be pretty dangerous. So white's got to decide how to do that. I mean, also, you know, from the white attacking point of view, white really wants to do something about this rook on h1, because if I go g5 at the moment, then there's simply takes, rook takes h1, and the rook is loose. So ideally, I would like to get in, well, sort of get a move in that really enables g4 to g5. Let's just have a look at this. What did Leela play here? b4, a takes b4 happened pretty quickly, and then we're going to see queen takes b4 afterwards. Excellent. Yeah, now what you can definitely say in this position is that, how is white going to try and cover this idea of rook b8 and queen takes b2? I mean, you could play a move like b3. That's possible, just to cover b2. But obviously it does feel a bit loosening. I mean, you're loosening the dark squares. The queen can come in here, and it's also a little hook for the advance of the a pawn down to a4. So one of the nice ideas here would be to play the move knight to b3. That's a nice way of blocking pressure along the b file. But of course, what you've got to watch out is this move knight takes f3. So if you want to go play a move like knight b3, then you've probably got to do something about this pawn on f3. Now, in terms of moves that seem natural to me, I would actually say that queen g2 feels quite natural to me, because it defends f3, and it also sort of supports g4 to g5 because it protects the rook on h1. So queen g2 is definitely a move that appeals to me. I mean, another move that appeals to me is the move bishop e2, just protecting the rook on h1 and getting ready to play g5. But this move bishop e2 doesn't quite address one of Leela's ideas here. And what we're seeing in actual fact is that Leela is thinking about playing the move queen f2. Now, queen f2, queen g2, different, slightly different pluses and minuses, I think. But the basic idea is still the same, that you can meet a move like rook b8 with knight to b3, and then a5 seems very natural, and you're going to play a5 to a4 just to try and get rid of this knight on b3. But white does actually have a great defense here in rook d4, chasing the queen back. And if you go back to b7, well, knight takes a5. I mean, actually, in some lines, Stockfish was even looking at doing this and claiming that queen takes b2 was completely not dangerous. But you don't even have to do this, because the rook on d4, together with the knight on c3, let's try and highlight those, are actually stopping oops, that's not gone right, the a5 pawn from advancing by covering a4. So here, in actual fact, you've managed to stop black's counterplay, and then you could probably have a look for a move like, for example, rook g1, just threatening g5. So this is, I think this is going to be the Leela defensive scheme. So the way that it's going to try and deal with black's counterplay along the b and the a files, and then once it's consolidated, go for the king side again. So I don't think that Leela's going for a sort of a dash my king side play against your queen side play, which I guess was maybe kind of my idea with a move like queen g2, where I'm really just trying to get in g5 as quickly as possible. So what has actually happened here? So we've had queen takes b4 played indeed, and now queen f2 from Leela. Now, this is going to be exciting. How is Stockfish going to play? It is quite interesting, to see this, because obviously we are playing with the very latest version of Stockfish here. So it was released on the 13th of July, 2021. And this is by Voyager 1. So actually, I do have to say I quite enjoyed that, because I always put the name of with all the Stockfish dev versions, I always put the name of the Stockfish dev who produced the version, and also a description of what the dev version does. Just to be able to keep them apart, because there've been so many Stockfish versions, hard to get it apart, to keep them apart. But for about 10 days I just had just the version coming up all the time was SF is God, which, was fine, but felt a little bit over the top always. So Voyager 1 is a much nicer username there. But that is the version. I mean, to be honest, it's incredible, isn't it? That I think we're so fortunate to have, a team like Stockfish, that's producing patches all the time, and the version in the Sufi we can have running in our own machines. Really incredible. So hats off to those guys. Fantastic. But yeah, I mean, what you do notice is that there are significant differences in the way that Stockfish plays between versions. I mean, not always, but often. You know, I've had this with a couple of openings in the Sufi. I tried them and I said, "Wow, look at this! Stockfish really going for the big attacking plan. Wow, I want this opening in the Sufi." And then you try it again, you know, a few weeks later with you know, a number of patches that have been, and all of a sudden Stockfish is playing it really solid. Yeah, it does make a difference. So really interested to see what Stockfish is doing. And it was looking at playing a bit of a quiet plan with bishop e7, but it's now gone for rook b8, attacking the pawn on b2, and now knight b3 covering. So I think we're going to have, yeah, we're still following, yeah, this way of playing. Yeah, always yeah, a little bit worrying. They're you know, both Leela and Stockfish seem to be finding the same moves. That's always a little bit of the risk of producing this book. It's kind of like squashing jelly somehow. You know, you're trying to find openings that are unbalanced, but whilst they're unbalanced, they have to offer a number of different choices for different styles, and then you're hoping that Leela and Stockfish run with those options for the different styles. But what you do notice is that as the versions go on, Leela and Stockfish, you know, tend to converge, and I'm not sure whether that's due to the fact that you know, that they're using a bit of each other's technology in a way, you could say. I mean, you know, Leela rescores on Stockfish games and Stockfish is training a bit on Leela games, or simply whether they're just converging to a really amazing level of chess, and that just happens to be those moves. But you know, hopefully, I'm pretty sure that you know, that both Leela and Stockfish, you know, will, in this Sufi openings, they will end up choosing different moves. But it is quite a difficult challenge, really. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the challenges that I've faced. I mean, I think, you know, for this Sufi, I chose about I went through about 550 different opening positions. Yeah, you know, got Leela and Stockfish evaluations for all of them, and then, you know, made a selection of about I don't know, 120, 130, and then played long play games, you know, with Komodo, Stockfish, Leela and Stoveface in them. So yeah, I've got a fairly good idea of what these engines should be playing in this line, but yeah, you know, I mean, you know, I've done a lot of analysis of engine games on my hardware, and you know, what you notice is that all the same, you know, the TCEC hardware really does make a difference. You know, there's some moves that they find, that the TCEC engines find, that my engines simply do not find. So yeah, makes a difference, and well, you're hoping for that sort of difference. So what is Stockfish going to do here? So let's go back to the analysis board and get some sort of feel for it. Now I'm really trying to be careful here, because switching between analysis board and the TCEC website, I sometimes forget. So yeah, just give a shout if I forget there. So Queen F2 was the move that Leela played. Yeah, I like Queen G2, but anyway, Queen F2. Rook B8, Knight B3, insta-moved. And now what we're expecting from Stockfish is A5, threatening A4, attacking the pawn on B2. Now I mentioned Rook D4. It's not actually necessary yet to play, Rook D4, because if we go a move like, I'm not sure, Rook G1, Bishop B2, let's just use one of those moves. We can meet A4 with Rook D4. And then after Queen B7, we've got Knight takes A4. So, you know, we can just sort of wait a little bit longer and make a developing move. I mean, what would I want to play in this position? To be honest, I do actually prefer, if I was going to choose a move, I would probably choose Rook G1. Rather than Bishop E2, and I can just explain why. I mean, first of all, Bishop E2, it's cutting off the line of the Queen towards my queenside pawns, and that makes me feel just a little bit nervous, just in general. That's just a general feeling, right? I can't explain that. The other thing is that you know, Black might well play Knight C4 at some stage. And you know, if Black goes Knight C4, then you know, after Bishop C4, Queen C4, well, if I played Bishop E2, I've wasted a tempo on that. So you know, from that point of view, I'd like to play Rook G1, and then after Knight C4, Bishop C4, I've got the same position but with an extra tempo, the Rook on G1, and that's going to give me G5 and then G6. You know, that feels, you know, more logical to me. So that's kind of the move that I'd want to play. But well, we might have a little look to see just how yeah, what's wrong with that move and what Stockfish and Leela might have done against it. But I get the feeling that they're playing pretty fast here. Wow. Bishop d2. Oh, this is interesting. So knight b3, a5, and white just played bishop e2. And now what did Stockfish do here? Stockfish played the move knight c6. Now, can you work out why that is? Well, of course, I've been saying that rook d4 is the defense against a4. So with knight c6, Stockfish is actually stopping the rook from coming into d4. Very, very interesting. So now let me just have a quick check. Just having a little look to see whether this has been played before in my engine games, the engine games that I ran. Indeed, knight c6 was one of the moves that that featured. By the way, I do have to point out that in one of the games, this is actually Leela, you lunatic. In one of the games that I ran, after rook to b8, Leela didn't play knight b3. Leela actually took on a6 in this position. Can you imagine that? And then after queen takes b2, king d2. It was a very interesting idea, actually. The idea being that, well, you've opened the b file, but the king's made a run for it, and now the rook wants to come round to b1 and pin the queen to the rook. And the very key thing about it is that the bishop on a6 is covering the c8 square, so rook c8 can't be played. Otherwise, that would be very unpleasant, attacking the knight on c3. What actually happened in that game? Well, it wasn't that exciting, really, but it was a slight edge for white. I mean, we got queen b6, rook b1, queen a7, rook takes, queen takes, rook b1. I mean, the reason I like this is that I love always these things where, you know, black's attacking on one wing, and then you just sidestep, turn it around, and all of a sudden you're the one attacking on there. So so that was that game, and well, after queen a8, bishop e2, Stockfish played g5 to hold back the f4 pawn, and white played, I think, was it knight cb5 here? Yeah, knight cb5 here, and well, this was a nice initiative for white. You know, I think that Stockfish managed to hold this in the end. It's on my hardware, right? So I mean, it's not the result of the game is not so important, but it was actually quite an interesting line for white. I mean, we're threatening knight c7, the king's open, still a while away from yeah, maybe moving it with king f8 to g7 to the king's side. That would have been very interesting. But knight b3, a5. And then we got this move bishop e2 from Leela, and then knight c6. So yeah, and now a4 is a very big threat. We don't have rook d4, so Leela played the move bishop d2 with a very cunning threat here. I hope you can spot this cunning threat, because a4 still looks dangerous, but we're actually going to counter this pressure along the b file in a different way. We've got this move knight b5, which is trapping the queen. The knight on b3 stops the queen from coming back to c5, and can't go to a5 or anything like that. So that would just be completely winning. So let's have a little look. Have any more moves been played? You know, this is I was thinking, you know, this is a 2-hour game. It's going to last a very long time, but they're just blitzing out 153 to 143. How is this possible? So after knight c6, we got bishop d2. Just go back to the right screen for me. Bishop d2, queen b7, and now g5. It's hotting up. It's hotting up. But yeah, I mean, if we have a little look at the evaluation here, I mean, to be honest, it's one of those things. I'm looking at this and thinking, you know, White's just got everything here. He's played G5, the Black Knight's gone back to G8, and Stockfish assessing it as 0.64, sort of no problem, way better than when we started. You know, that is really quite amazing. Okay, let's have a little look at that. So Knight B3, yeah, Knight C6. G5 and Knight G8. Well, let's have a look at this position, because this one's a really interesting one. I'll just make sure that you're also looking at my analysis screen. There we are. It was good. Good job I did some practices on this, because I was practicing, you know, all this streaming and everything, and I kept on forgetting to switch the screen. I'd be talking for ages about variations, and yeah. So Queen B7, new main line, G5 and Knight G8. So what on earth does Black have here? Oh, by the way, this is the Sufi, so cheers everyone. This wasn't actually only for the Sufi. My parents had just bought a new car, so we had some champagne to celebrate that, but obviously this is also for the Sufi. Yeah, what is this position? Well, I mean, you know, just from a general point of view, it looks great for White to me. You know, all of White's pieces are developed. We've got in G5, the Knight's gone back to G8. Yeah, I mean, if we look at Black's counterplay, it's been stopped for a while by the Knight on C3, A4 isn't possible. You know, what really does White have to complain about? I suppose the one thing about it, that, you know, the further Black retreats, the more White has to reach forward in order to attack it, because yeah, not at all easy to sort of see the next step, you know. And this is, I think, the main difficulty here. We've got to with White, we've really got to try and understand what we're going to do here, and I'm really intrigued to see what Leela does. Let's just have a think, though, just from my point of view, human point of view, what would be the natural moves to consider? I mean, I suppose one thing that I'd be thinking about constantly with from the Black side is, you know, how dangerous is this A5 to A4 counterplay? Simply because, you know, I'm dealing with it with Knight A4 at the moment, probably. I don't think that open A file is too dangerous, because this Knight on B3 covers the A1 square, so it's not like you can play a move like A4, sacrifice the pawn and get in. But it is quite fragile, right? Because, I mean, if you get an A4 and I can't take that pawn on A4, then, well, I'm in a lot of trouble, right? Because the knight can't move, because queen takes B2, checkmate. So, yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that I'd be constantly checking all the time, thinking, does Black have a clever way of getting in A4? Because if that happens, then I'm dead. It's also not 100% easy to put much more... It's not easy to see how could I protect B2, and also how could I put much more... coverage on A4. So yeah, I mean, from that point of view, it's a little bit of an uneasy sort of truce on the queen side at the moment. So let's have a look at what we could do positively with White, really. In terms of moves that suggest themselves, G6 first of all, just trying to break up this king side. That's definitely one idea. Bishop F4 is another variation that really comes to mind. Hitting that pawn on D6, you know, and also just activating this rook. You know, that feels like a decent idea. F4 is another idea. We're just, you know, Black's going back, we're taking space, and we're going to go F5, and then who knows, G6, F6, G takes H6, whatever. You know, that's really going to, we're just going to try and squash Black completely. Other moves, depending on how worried I'm feeling about A4, I mean, Bishop B5 is a possibility as well. I mean, we're covering A4 and we're just, you know, sort of developing nicely, and well, just waiting to see what Black will do there, whether Black's, you know, got a way of forcing A4. Those would be my most natural moves. Now I'm just thinking about what would Leela think of, and I think Leela's thinking of something else here. Actually, isn't Leela? Leela's thinking of playing bishop b5. No, because Stockfish is looking at g takes h6, which seems really weird to me. I don't understand why you do that. Why would you go g takes h6 in this position? Leela's done it. There we are. It was fainting at bishop b5. Yeah, I find it hard. I find it hard to understand this move, really. You know, okay, I guess I'm opening the g file. And maybe dragging the knight over to h6, which might be a poor square. But I'm also, you know, I had the pawn on g5. I was stopping the knight developing to g6. I had ideas like g6. Why am I releasing this tension? Why am I, you know, just freeing up white space? It's a strange move to me. You know, yeah, I don't know. I do wonder how many human players would play it. It wouldn't really enter my mind, which is why I didn't mention it. Yeah, you know, yeah, very strange to me. But okay, I mean, I think definitely the point is that g takes h6 is really weakening. You know, open g file and everything. But knight takes h6 looks reasonably solid there. You know, so let's have a little look. G takes h6, add new main line, and knight takes h6. I preferred all my other moves. What are we going to do here with white? Well, I suppose, you know, what we're claiming is that we've opened the g file, the knight's offside on h6. It might even, who knows, have to start going back, you know, g8 to f6, and this might just cost black some time. So yeah, okay, let's go with that, and let's work out what white wants to do here. I mean, I am keen on targeting this pawn on d6, because this really does seem like the, you know, the easiest target for black. And you know, if this pawn on d6 went, then getting, you know, rooks onto the d file, then you're really exploiting the fact that that this knight is on h6 rather than f6, because you know, a knight on f6 would cover a bishop on d7, but if the knight's on h6, doubled rooks on the d file, we're going to be doing quite nicely. So let me just switch to my analysis board, which thank goodness hasn't moved yet, and let's take you along with us. So yeah, I mean, again, if we're looking at moves for white, bishop f4, attacking d6 is the most natural move to me. Yeah, move like rook g1 would definitely come into consideration, just attacking that pawn on g7. Yeah, again, my move bishop b5. Just, you know, covering a4 and just putting pressure generally on black. Yeah, other moves. I mean, stuff like bishop g5, for example, is quite interesting. You know, now that you've got rid of the pawn, just put the bishop on g5. You cut across the black king. You know, probably stop the black bishop from really developing there. And well, I mean, you might just try and double up rooks, or play a move like queen g3, line up on d6. Other ideas? Difficult to say. I mean, they're slower ideas, really. You know, I could imagine, but yeah, I don't know. You know, bishop b3, h5, but yeah, I don't know. Not 100% sure what those guys are doing. I do feel like I'd, you know, with all my extra development, I'd like to be doing something active. That's really what I'm feeling. But let's have a look. What is Leela looking at? Bishop e3. Again, one of those moves where it looks fine, but I'm not really feeling, you know, not really feeling it. I just think in the chat somebody's Dragon Mist is saying, have TCC made any provisions for me to sleep from time to time? Yes, I'm wondering about this as well. I'm really wondering about this commentary, because there's loads of my openings I know that are going to be played during the night, and yeah, I mean, obviously I want to cover as much as possible, so it doesn't really matter whether it's my openings or not. But obviously, you know, it is nice to tell the story of how you selected it, and you know, and why. But I'm going to say I'm going to enjoy watching Jeroen's games an awful lot, Jeroen's openings a lot, because yeah, that's the spirit of discovery that I've had until now with the Sufi, and I love that as well. But okay, bishop e3. Yeah, these two moves, GH and Bishop E3. Yeah, I think if a normal player played them, I'd say, yeah, he hasn't really got a plan. Just playing solidly, but nothing particular. So, well, yeah, what do I know? I suppose. Let's have a look at a few of the PVs. We'll have a look to see what people are looking at. So, Leela is looking at Queen B4, and then this move, Bishop A6. Leela, what on earth is all that about? Queen b4, bishop a6. Well, okay, we'll have to have a look at that because I'm sort of wondering about a4 in that position. I think that Leela's is up to its old tricks, saying that the b file doesn't matter, that it'll just escape and then hit black on the counterpunch. But that's quite an interesting one. Stockfish, by contrast, is looking at just redeploying the knight. And then, we're going to get this h6 coming in. This is going to be, this is also a very interesting PV here as well. So very, very interesting. I'm really intrigued as to see what happens. But I think we're starting with, the opening, it's been quite similar moves from white and black. But yeah, as I said, in my engine games, we did get some variation before. I tried a number of games in these lines, but I think around this stage, this is when we're going to start seeing a big divergence between the two engines, and maybe also a big divergence in evals. So okay, let's have a look at this move that Leela's looking at. So Bishop E3. Go on to the right board, Matthew. Bishop e3, new main line. So if Queen b4 here, threatening a4, we go Bishop a6, and then a4 is not in Leela's PV in actual fact. So what could we do here? Now there's a number of things that occur to me. The one thing that occurs to me mainly actually is the move knight d4, simply because I've seen Leela playing this idea before. And then if we go queen takes b2 check, we're going to go king d2. I might start my engine at some stage just to avoid it, because I'm sure a lot of you are looking at it on the old home fish and probably finding much better things than me. But it's just I mean, I am going to look at the engine from time to time. Obviously. It is nice, to be able to just to give, just I suppose, a GM perspective, just the human perspective on it, because this is such fantastic chess. And well, if I'm not spotting moves and I'm missing stuff, then well, that probably means that this is, really good chess or really unusual chess, But obviously, I mean, I don't want to make completely stupid errors either. But this is, definitely one possibility. I mean, just trying to think whether there's anything else. I mean, I'm just wondering whether I could try and do stuff to trap the black queen like we saw in one of the earlier lines, but I don't really see it, to be honest. So I think I'm going for knight d4, queen b2, king d2, and then got a big threat here of rook b1. When the queen's in all sorts of trouble here. So I would expect black to play, yeah, queen b6. I think is kind of the move I'm thinking of, because if I go, queen b4 or something, I just go rook b1. Queen a5 and knight c6, and bang, that's just finished. So queen b2, king d2, queen b4, rook b1. No, sorry. So king d2, we go queen b6. And now what do we do? Now there's a number of very nice lines, and I'm afraid that Homefish is going to be finding them. Knight e6 is the kind of the obvious one. The idea is queen a6, we go knight c7 check. It's just that I'm slightly concerned about this move queen a5, which is then I'm not 100% sure how I'm doing this. I've got a lot of pieces hanging here, and my king's in the center, and the knight on c3 is pinned, so I'm not completely sure about how that is. I mean, in terms of if I go rook b1, which is another line, then we get queen a6 here. And I mean, knight c6 is sort of vaguely interesting, rook b1, rook b1. But I think that if black plays just something like, I don't know, bishop c6, something like this, I don't think he's in any trouble. I mean, I don't really see this as a very dangerous attacking setup for white. So yeah, I mean, the other move I was thinking of was going knight db5, which is possible as well. The same trick, but I mean, again, we've got queen knight db5. We've got queen a5 or queen d8. And it's not really clear what's happening here. So yeah, I mean, I am actually demonstrating what the problem is with being a human. It's that a lot of these creative ideas, that Stockfish finds or Leela finds, or any of the engines actually, from the qualification league upwards, any of the ideas that they find, you can find too. But it's the precision really of making sure that every single variation works that's often beyond you. Because I mean, here I'm just spending a couple of minutes staring at this and really quite unsure as to whether all this is really good. I mean, something like knight e6, for example, queen a5, knight f8. Just imagine, king f8 from black here. I'm really wondering, might this be very good for white? It's possible, I mean, it's possible that after a move like bishop e2, I'm just going rook b1, and there's no way in which this knight on c3 can be attacked. But yeah, I'm hardly certain about it, to be honest. It looks quite ugly for black. I mean, the knight's offside on h6, lots of weak squares. But on the other hand, my king's not looking particularly good. Should we have a little bit of a sneak peek on the engine then? I'm sure you know it already, but let's just have a look. I'm only running Stockfish, actually this Stockfish on 4 cores, so it's not super fast. Oh my goodness me, look at that. What an idiot. Matthew. Dear me, there we are. That's embarrassing, but that's why you look at an engine. Knight a2 just traps the queen. My goodness me. All this brilliancy, and it's just all about trapping the queen. Well, there we are. That's so yeah, we don't want to do that then. Oh dear me, it's yeah, one of those things. Well, I think we're going to get a lot of that in the commentary, but that's just how life goes. So let's have a look. What have we got? What has happened here? Knight g8 has happened from Stockfish, redeploying that knight back to g8. So okie dokie, let's have a look at that one then. Knight g8. Actually, just worth pointing out then that what I completely missed was that after bishop e3, queen b4, the idea of bishop e6 was to take b7 away from the queen. I hadn't spotted that particular subtlety. Oh dear me. Oh, normally better than this tactically, but well, anyway, let's have a look at it. So knight g8. Okay. White plans again. I mean, black's just looking to play knight f6. I mean, a move like bishop e3. It's generally good, taking control of some squares, but it's not really, it's not getting at black yet. So yeah, I mean, what we really want, we want something to destabilize black's position. And when you're looking at destabilizing, you're either looking at hitting something that's open, and that would be the d6 square, and we've got a few ways of doing that. Or we could have a look at some pawn breaks. Now, we saw h5 to h6 in Stockfish's PV, which is very interesting. I seem to recall a similar idea in one of the games we've looked at before, in actual fact. So h5 to h6, I think it's one of those brilliant games that Stockfish beat Leela with, that we got this h5, h6 idea. The other idea would be, maybe somehow to get an e5, so f4 and e5, or f4 to f5. One of those breaks is natural. Or what we could do, we could target d6, and we've got quite a few ways of doing that. I mean, we could double rooks, feels slow. We could hit it with a knight b5, for example. We could hit it with a bishop f4, though that's a bit strange, having played bishop e3 before. We could hit it with a queen g3, and just be ready to sacrifice the exchange, get rid of the dark squared bishops. I mean, that would also be possible. So yeah, plenty of possibilities. I mean, in general, I like white a lot here, and but Stockfish is 0.72. That's well, that's pretty calm and collected, really, isn't it? h5 Leela has played. Thank you very much, Android Poetry. That's really nice. It's okay, Bigo. Yeah, wrong screen. Sorry about that before. I think that yeah, I'll keep on trying to do it to do this properly. It's a little bit. I'm still getting used to it. I need a little dog really to bark at me every time I'm doing the wrong screen. H5. Okay, fantastic. This is very nice. H5. Seeing, unfortunately, we're seeing a lot of convergence here between. Whoops, wrong screen. A lot of convergence here between Stockfish and Leela, but okay, we'll still plenty of opportunities for both sides to vary. So H5, what's the idea? The idea is great actually. The idea is after knight F6, Black's redeployed the knight, got the knight to a solid square, and no, you haven't. That's the idea. We're just going to sacrifice the pawn and just leave it there. We've got no. I don't think we've got a real follow-up, based around attacking that H6 pawn. It's just destabilization, which actually, to be honest, is from time to time, games resemble each other, and I mean, I play a lot of shogi nowadays. I wish I could be better at shogi. That's but I'm around 1700, 1800 at shogi, so but I love it. It's a great game. But there's a lot of those sort of things where you do pawn sacrifices with no clear follow-up. Simply to destabilize the opponent's position, and you trust that in 5 or 10 moves, the fact that the knight on F6 is unprotected will play a role tactically. Yeah, I mean, from time to time, chess does have that as well, and H6 is that sort of move. Now, having done that, what is the follow-up? What moves do I want to play here? Well, I mean, I am very keen to hit something loose now, and that would either be hitting D6 or hitting F6, or I could even consider playing F4 and E5. The reason for that is that after F4, let's just say some random move, I don't know, H5 or whatever. Then I've got E5, and now because the knight on F6 is loose, I'm attacking it. So this is, just a really dangerous thing, and Black has to do something with this knight and find a good spot for it. Otherwise, I've just got queen takes F6. So in general terms, yeah, I mean, F4 is possible. That's definitely one idea. The one thing you've got to watch out with F4 though is that Black could also play this move A4. And then, yeah, knight can't move obviously, and after knight A4 we've got knight E4. So that is probably going to be something exceptionally dangerous, I think, that we don't want to allow. Although, yeah, I mean, at some stage the Sicilians get so random that whatever you do, it still looks dangerous for black and white. But in general, I don't think we want to do that. Now we could start trying to hit this knight on F6. There's moves like queen H4. There's also moves like bishop G5 as well. I mean, I'll let you into a secret. It's just a while back I spent a lot of time trying to improve my attacking technique, and I looked at a lot of games of Tal, and I decided in the end, after studying many of his games, that essentially basically the thing that Tal did with his attacks was just either attack stuff or take stuff. And a lot of it really was not sophisticated, but it's attacking stuff, and that gains a tempo for the next attack and the next attack. He managed to do that. And what I found was that in my own attacking technique, I was always trying to be a bit too sophisticated. Moves that were obvious, attacking something or taking something, I was kind of filtering out because I was assuming that that's an obvious move, that's not going to be good. And sometimes just the obvious move, attacking something or taking it, is just the best move. And I learned a lot from studying those Tal games. But yeah, I mean, queen H4, bishop G5, both quite interesting there. I mean, I'm just wondering actually, all of a sudden, after H6, of course, I saw it in the PV, didn't I? I saw it in Stockfish's PV. That's why I thought of it. But rook H6 does start to make sense then, because after takes, it's going to be a lot harder to, I think to really make a go of attacking these knights. I mean, you've got a lot less dark square pressure, so it could be. Although, yeah, it feels very loose. This, it really does. I have to say, I really still like white very much. But yeah, I mean, G takes H6, maybe queen H4, maybe bishop G5. Both exploiting the pin there, and then what is black going to do there? A move like bishop E7, I can just increase the pressure. looking quite dangerous. I mean, how do you defend f6 if you go back there or something? I could take and go rook d6, and once I get this d6 pawn, I mean, moves like knight c5 getting very dangerous again. So, you know, this is probably quite dangerous. So let's have a look what is Stockfish doing here. h5. Stockfish is thinking, spending quite a long time, I think. Screen doesn't always refresh, that's why I just need to do a quick alt tab on my own screen. What have we got here? We've got knight f6 has been played. Now Leela is thinking. I mean, I do have to say that both engines are playing incredibly fast. You know, just half an hour used for Stockfish, 22 minutes used for Leela. Incredibly complicated position, difficult position as well. You know, so so h6 is in the PVs. Let's just have a little look at this. Whoa. I like Leela's PV for white, my goodness. h6, what are we saying? Rook h6, takes, and then bishop b5, knight b4, knight d4. I mean, this is looking pretty, you know, this is looking pretty cool for white, really. This PV, I like this a lot. And well, Stockfish's is pretty much the same. G takes h6, bishop b5, knight b4, knight d4, e5. You know, and we're getting in this this knight f5 sort of stuff. My goodness, you know, if you ask me, I would just say this is winning for white. Actually, I mean, you know, it must be more unclear than that, but I'd really say this is just winning for white completely. So, but yeah, we're only looking at a 0.72 evaluation for Stockfish, so it's bound to be more complicated than that. Let's have a little look at this then, and try and work out how this is going. So because we know that that probably after h6, get to the right window, Matthew. After h6, we know that yes, thanks TCEC. I've got to keep on refreshing the web page. It for some reason, if I don't with my streaming software, if I haven't got the window open, it doesn't refresh, and I keep on forgetting it. But yeah, you're right, Dragon Mist. You're absolutely right. So let's just have a look at this variation then. Rook h6, bishop h6, gh, and now we're saying bishop b5, which I like a lot. So it stops a4, but I mean, most importantly, I mean, you know, part of Black's compensation is the two bishops. So with bishop b5, you know, we're just going to exchange it off. So we're saying knight to b4. Now, obviously, you know, what's the idea of that? We're trying to get rid of this bishop, which is blocking the b file. And once this bishop goes, well, it might be easier to get an a4. I mean, white's playing knight d4, which in principle I agree with. You know, there's no, you don't exchange off pieces just like that on d7. I think you always try to find a way to force the opponent to exchange and bring your own piece into a good position, you know. So, for example, yeah, I mean, this would be absolutely fantastic for white. You've moved the knight from b3 to b5. It's out of the way of a5 to a4, and it's also attacking d6 as well. I mean, I'm wondering slightly actually, what would which piece would Black recapture with on d5? Because I mean, queen d7, which feels nice, you know, to play a5 to a4, would probably be met by e5, to be honest. So so I guess that we'd play knight takes d7, but then we're not threatening a4 yet. But I suppose, yeah, I don't know. I mean, something like rook g1, just coming into g8. Ugh, I'm really worried about it. I mean, it's going to be one of those things, isn't it? That Black can just play a move like knight takes c2, queen c2, queen b3, exchange off queens, and then all of a sudden claim that with two pawns for the exchange and some solid, you know, some solid pieces, that the Black's actually fine in this position. Might be, that might just be the idea, but anyway, knight d4 is in the PV, and let's have a look. Is it even on the website? Now bishop h6 has been played. We're going to get g takes h6 quickly. Okay, let's keep on looking through the looking at this variation. So after knight d4, Black doesn't want to take on b5, so Black is playing e5. I mean, why do I really like this for white? it's simply that sometimes with these attacking positions, the opponent's attacking, and you're the only one who seems to be having to make the weaknesses, to keep an initiative at bay. But here, black's really having to make weaknesses and give up stuff in order to keep some sort of initiative. So black's had to give up the exchange. Black's playing a move like e5, which is weakening f5. So you really feel that even if black is developing some sort of initiative somewhere, you do really feel that that he's having to take a lot of risks in order to achieve it, and that's a great feeling to have. Because when that sort of thing happens, you always find that you're going to start picking up material, and then you can give back material, in order to break an attack. It's that sort of feeling that you get. So after e5, unless there's something super stunning, I mean, something like knight f5 vaguely occurs to you. Bishop b5, rook d6, with the idea of bishop takes f6, knight takes d6. Yeah, how stupid is that actually? It's not so stupid. I mean, Stockfish will say that it's stupid, of course, but it really isn't so stupid because, I mean, this knight has to move. And where's it going to go? Is it going to go to d7? And then, well, I've got several ideas here. I mean, one idea would be just to go rook takes h6. And I'm going to come into h8. Because the idea is, this is check. Curses. Oh, dear me. But still, okay, well, we'll just assume I saw that, and we'll go rook h6. I mean, in all fairness, I was going to suggest rook h6, this move, as the main line. So we'll just take that check. And we've got two dangerous threats here. I mean, we've got knight d6 check, which is quite dangerous because we're not only forking queen and king, we're also forking this one as well. And of course, we've got rook h8, and we've also got queen h4. So... wait a minute, knight f5. What are you going to do here? Are you going to do the same thing that you're intending? I mean, are you going to play d5 here? Your main line? Maybe. This might just transpose into another line, but it's just, I don't know, this knight on f6, I'm thinking, could I go queen h4 and hit it? It's just a really bad piece. Can't I just hit it and then come in with my rooks? I don't know. This feels really dangerous. Oh, do I dare put my home fish on that? I think. Yeah, all right. Let's let's put the old engine on that, shall we? Knight f5. So bishop b5, it even just wanted knight takes d6. But it wants knight a2 check. That's what Stockfish wants in this position. How is this so bad? King d2. Yeah, okay. So he wants. I mean, to be honest, he wants this takes queen takes d7, bc, and d5. To be honest, it still looks really bad for black. I mean, this king is really stuck, and you've got all these open files. But yeah, Stockfish clearly feels that it can hold this, and well, I mean, I'm not going to argue with that. Knight takes a2, I suppose. We'll just go queen takes b5, and yeah, this is irritating because if I go c3, then this knight is incredibly stuck, and actually just glancing at my engine, you see that queen a4 already is very strong. And if you go b3, then we've already got a4 in this position. So we're already making a go of opening up the white king. So yeah, okay. So knight f5, which felt like a nice idea, is met by knight a2 check. Important. So that's interesting. So that probably explains why white is going to take on d7 here. And then let's have a look. Have we had any more action on this? Bishop b5 has been played. Okay, so both sides still following each other. GM Fisher beyond any GM argument, says Light Chess. Absolutely. Absolutely. You're not going to find me arguing with Stockfish. So bishop d7, knight takes d7. Now we've got a couple of ideas here. I could go knight f5, or I could go knight b5. Is knight b5 interesting? It's vaguely interesting. You know, it's just worthy of a little bit of interest because you are actually blocking out the b file. That's the idea. But I don't know. I mean, there's a number of moves you could try. Knight a2 check is a possibility, as we saw before. Maybe even a queen c6 check is possible because this knight doesn't have any great spots. Might be possible. Anything else? You could try d5 like against knight f5, but I'm not 100% sure about that. Probably not great, but yeah, you definitely got to look at it anyway as a line. Then knight f5, and now yeah, we've looked in the PV, and this is d5, and now we've got to try and understand what on earth is going on here. So yeah, I mean, knight f5 really targeted this backward d pawn, and black's playing this move d5. Kind of reminds me a little bit. Very well, yeah. I mean, similar feel to it. You know, there's one of these Stockfish 8 against AlphaZero games with in the open Sicilian, and black plays you know, some brilliant d5 that looks impossible. And you know, this has got the similar sort of feel to it. You know, just d5 can be taken, but it's you know, sort of bringing this bishop f8 into the game, and yeah, and who knows what that might lead to. Now, after what have we got? Well, first of all, the big threat for black, I suppose, is to go d4. If you get in d5 to d4, then this knight doesn't have a great spot. I mean, let's just say a move like rook g1, I go d4, the knight goes away, I don't know, to e2, and then we've got stuff like knight takes c2 or knight a2 check. You know, it's all coming in really. This b file pressure is really huge. So you know, we definitely need to do something about d4. Now, what's always interesting in these is you know, just wondering whether you could possibly do some sort of counterattack. I mean, stuff like rook g1, d4, for example. You know, I'm not saying this is the way to do it, but you know, this would be sort of the thing that I'd always be looking at straight away, just seeing whether, you know, can we just you know, give something back and then just start launching a counterplay for ourselves. But we're a little bit slow, and there's even stuff like knight takes c2 and queen takes b2 in these positions. Maybe we don't even need to be dramatic. Maybe knight c6. So you know, I mean, that's not really going to take place. So probably we need to do something about this d5 pawn. And now it's going to be all about good calculation, because somewhere our king is going to have to run. I'm pretty sure about that. And yeah, well, we need to make sure that that we're not losing anything along the way. So e takes d5 is definitely the main move, because knight takes d5, at the very least we're giving black the opportunity to get its knight away, you know, with tempo, and then take on b2 afterwards. So yeah, I mean, that doesn't feel right. I mean, e takes d5 feels better because you know, for example, if black wants to get his knight out of the way, well, black has to sacrifice the knight on d5, for example. You know, and it's always that, I think, you know, when you're in a complicated position, you can't see everything in a position. But what you can do, you can actually force the opponent to give as much material as possible to achieve his goals. What you want to avoid is that, you know, the opponent can keep on coming forwards without making any significant investment. You've got to make the opponent make big investments. So, okay, what are we going to do here? What sort of attacks have we got in the offing? There is stuff like knight a2 check, for example. That's definitely one idea to start with. We could throw in a bishop c5 in principle. That would be a nice idea. Maybe gain a tempo, blah blah blah. Only the problem is here, I think that queen c5 is rather unpleasant with the idea of knight c5, knight d6 check. So we probably shouldn't be doing that. I don't think there's Yeah, I mean, this is just always the terrible thing of analysing with engines. I mean, you're looking at is there any possibility for black to get out of this with something like a knight d3 check? You know, the idea would be rook d3, queen b2 check, get the queen out with tempo, and then take on c5. But I do believe that we could meet knight d3 with king d2 here, and well, you are going to take my my queen still. But then I'm still going to get my fork on d6. So I think we're escaping fine with that. So knight takes a2 is an idea. The other question would be simply, I mean, how quick do we need to be with our counterplay? I mean, intuitively, I'd say, oh my goodness, you've got to be really quick. You've got to be going for it straight away now with black. But I don't know. I don't know whether that's true or not. Let's just have a quick look at just with then just human analysis, see what we come up with, and then we'll have a look at what Stockfish is doing. So knight a2. I would think knight takes a2 check. That feels the most natural. Queen takes b2 check. King d2. And then we've got to decide what we want to do here. I mean, I am escaping with king e1 to f1. I mean, I'm not really that worried, am I? Well, maybe I should be. Maybe I just go queen takes a2 here. And then, I mean, really, if I can get my king over to g2, then, I mean, white must be doing awesomely. But it could be a bit tricky, maybe. I mean, I'm thinking king e1, maybe rook b2 here. Could this be possible? I'm attacking this pawn on c2, which is irritating. And the problem is, I'm not sure I've got a great way to defend it. If knight e3, I might just throw in something like bishop c5, and then I'm going to have all sorts of attacks against the knight at some stage. That feels awkward. But I think probably knight e3. Oh, wait a minute. That's not. How about rook h2? How about rook h2 just to cover c2? I'm still looking to come around here. Problem is we can start getting moves maybe like queen c4 here. We're going to threaten bishop b4 check. I'm stopping your king from moving away. If you go king e2, I might go queen f4, attacking that knight. I'm going to have some checks. I mean, this is awkward. You know, it's all quite fraught for white, but I'm not quite sure whether I'm you know, just doing a line that's difficult for a human, but an engine would laugh at you, or whether it's actually quite dangerous. Well, let's have a look. Let's have a look at the PVs here. Ah, indeed. So this is what we're actually looking at. So, well, let's have a look how far we've got up to bishop d7 here. So let's have a look at it. How far are the PVs going along our line? So knight a2, yeah, knight a2, queen b2, king d2. Ah, yeah, rook c8 is what they're looking at. Forcing knight e3. Yeah, that's probably, yeah, I mean, probably this move, queen takes a2, taking the knight, which is what I did. That was probably probably poor in actual fact, because it's gives white, you know, some extra opportunities. Playing rook c8 immediately, it gives you this, it sort of forces white to go knight e3, and then you're taking on a2. Wow, what a position. Really sharp, this one. Yeah, okay, let's have a look at it. I'm pretty sure that this is going to happen. I mean, and there's a couple of possibilities here. We could go bishop c5, or we could go and there's an interesting divergence here, because after d5 we've got Stockfish thinking of rook g1, and we've got Leela thinking of taking on d5 straight away. So going to be very, very interesting, this one. Let's have a little look at those. Going to have another drink. Well, this is quite an exciting game. Pardon me, I'm not sure whether we're going to be delivering a win here, but it is going to be exciting. Just fingers crossed that that Leela does something different as black. That's what I'm hoping for. But because there does seem to have been a lot of agreement on the best moves here. Wasn't like that when I did my training games, but yeah, what can you say? Okay, so e takes d5, knight a2 check. We're going to see this. Knight takes a2, queen takes b2, king d2. And now rook c8 was Stockfish's line, which is basically the idea if the king runs, then we don't take the knight on a2, of course. We're going rook takes c2, which is going to be really dangerous. And the knight on a2 will fall anyway. So how are we going to protect this pawn on c2? I mean, it's a shame to bring this knight back to e3. But if I go something like rook c1, then after queen a2, this rook's quite badly placed. First of all, the d5 pawn's unprotected, so we can take that. But we're also going to have moves like, like bishop a3, just to attack the rook and move it away from c2. So it looks really like black's going to pick up the exchange in double quick time there. So that's why we play this move knight e3. Just to bit of a shame to bring the knight back from a good square on f5. But okay, that's how it's got to be. What moves do we have here as black? Lots of them. Queen takes a2 is one idea. I think in general, that sort of move from a human perspective that you say, I'll have that one in reserve. I will. If I get to this position, at the very least, I can always get a knight back, and I'm not that much down. If we're looking at exciting possibilities there, for black, we have bishop c5, just threatening to remove this knight on e3 and get the rook into c2. I suppose, yeah, f5 maybe. Feels a bit odd, but we are going f4. Could be quite dangerous. f5 as well. Maybe f4 from white there. I don't know. Knight f6 with knight e4 coming in. It could be very interesting as well. What are we going to do? Which one are we going to look at first? Let's have a look at f5. Let's have a look at f5 there. So just because it's fun. f5. Now, what I want to do, that's my heart's desire here, is to try and strike back at black. I mean, black's opening up his king. Black's coming at me with his pawns. I want to strike back, but I don't see any sort of way to do that. I was vaguely wondering about, would it even be possible to trap the queen somehow, but I don't think so. Too many squares for the queen. It's just a silly idea. So how are we going to do this? I suppose the big question is, how dangerous a threat is f4? Is it that dangerous? So if I go king e1, we go f4. I mean, bishop c5 is another idea, remember? And there's also queen a2 and everything. But let's have a look at f4 if you do this immediately. Now, the question is, could I just... now that I've got my king on e1, could I do something like, and the black king's even more open, could I do something like knight f5? Is that possible? I want to go rook c2, and then I want to go queen a7 or queen g1. I don't think queen g1 is going to be very good for my health. To go into g6 really, or queen h4 to get into h5. I'm not sure I'm really doing it to the black king somehow. Doesn't feel... Yeah, I don't know, queen a7. I mean, the reason I'm vaguely interested is that, it's if black brings the dark square bishop into play, I'm going to have rook takes h6. So I'm going to be able to have some sort of attack on both sides. But this doesn't really look too believable, I have to say. Or it's more the sort of thing that you do if you're feeling a little bit desperate. Wondering whether... I mean, I could abandon that knight and just get some sort of check, but queen g6 check or queen h5 check, it's not really doing it for me. Well, this is quite dangerous, not at all obvious. Knight. I was vaguely wondering about going playing a move like knight f1, rook c2, rook d2, because I'm covering b4, so you can't go bishop b4 check. But still, this looks. This doesn't look right, queen b1 check, whatever. So, I mean, f5 is quite dangerous. I'm wondering actually whether I should play should I play f4 in this position? And if knight f6, then I go king e1. And you know, I'm just really claiming that the bringing this knight into e4 isn't that great for black, because I'm going queen g2, and then I'm going to get in queen g6 check, and black's really, now that the knight on d7 has moved away, it's not defending the black king anymore. Maybe I've got great chances there. Who knows? Let's have a look at what's happening in the game, because they'll know it much better than I do. Knight a2 check has happened. Yeah, okay. Stockfish thinking of actually both Stockfish and Leela really thinking just of taking the knight and claiming the material. So they're not thinking of going for an immediate attack. It's quite thrilling, this one. So it's knight a2 check. So I think we're going to get some moves in quick succession here. Knight a2 check. We're going to get rook c8. We're going to get in yeah, f5. Yeah, we're going to see how that goes. Let's keep on going with the old position then. So knight e3, f5, king e1, queen a2 is what Stockfish is looking for. So not looking to play a move like f4, but just looking to play a move like queen a2, just recapture the material. And what is the material situation here? Well, quite interesting. Black's got a pawn for the exchange. Pawn for the exchange. I suppose slightly safer king. That's a bit of a moot point, really. In principle, not that much safer, but White's pieces really are not in any way close to making any sort of inroads, you know, towards the black king. It's going to take quite a few moves before you're ready. And this knight on d7 is a pretty good piece. You know, the black king could escape around it if it gets checked, and it would be hard to do anything with that. So I think that probably you can say that black's king is a little bit safer. And of course, what we have an immediate threat against the c2 pawn. You know, f4 is coming in. So what could I do here? Well, I mean, in all fairness, c4 is one idea that I think has to be considered. That doesn't look so silly, to be honest. Another idea would be to play f4, just to block the f pawn. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, probably the engine will hate it, but it's just I just love the idea. I'm going fe and queen f5. I'm really getting into the black position there, which yeah, I mean, it's just the general, you know, the human nerves really. You feel happier if you're creating some threats against the opponent's king as well, rather than just having to defend yourself. Now, I mean, I could play my move rook h2. Just to defend c2, so if f4, the knight can just move away. I suppose I'd need to consider maybe a move like bishop c5, just with the threat of f4. That's definitely something I'd need to consider. Rook h2 is possible then, f4. I mean, I could even think about, you know, going king f1 here. And the idea is if f4, I'll go knight f5. If you play queen c2, you're forcing the exchange of queens. I'm sort of expecting that I should be better here with white. You know, just with a passed d pawn and an active rooks, but maybe it's just not that convincing. That's actually quite possible. That would be a bit of that would be a little bit sad. I mean, I don't know whether knight g4 targeting e5 could be interesting. I don't know, but king f1 is possible. Rook h2, and otherwise. Yeah, I mean, some sort of line like queen g2, you know, just basically trying to start creating some counterplay with queen g6 against the opponent's king. But again, I'm not very sure about how we're going to get through there. I don't know. I'm really not sure about that. What move do I want to try here? Let's just have a quick look how that's going. Wrong board, wrong board. I'm analysing on the wrong board there, but okay, you kind of see the tiny board. That's why I did it, and I'll go back to the big board in the end. What have we got here? Knight a2. Leela still thinking, spending a lot of time now, which is maybe good. Maybe good time usage, I think. Knight a2 check. Yeah, I think that's probably quite a good idea to do this. So this is the position that I'm expecting, and now hang it, I'm going to play f4 here, and we're we're going to see what happens. So, what are you going to do to me after this? I just want to go FE and then Queen F5 and then mate you. That's what I want to do. So I reckon that probably quite a dangerous move here is Rook C3. And I am threatening Bishop to C5. Now, obviously, if you move knight here, I'm going Rook C2, and I'm going to wonder a little bit why I played F4. But if I go FE, then you're playing Bishop C5, and this looks quite awkward to me. Rook E3 is a big threat. I mean, anything like Rook D3. I mean, I've probably got loads of ways to win, right? But I mean, at the very least, this sort of stuff is happening, and I'm taking on H1. So how could I do this? Yeah, Queen F5 is just not dangerous. I mean, we just do something like this, clean up at the very least, and then move our king around, and we're just going to be winning there. I suppose maybe one interesting thing could be to play Rook H3 in that position. It does look very, very ropey indeed for white, I have to say. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those it's one of the problems of analysing with engines, really, that you just at some stage you don't really know what to believe. It's only if it works that it's important. But I'm not very happy about this, I have to say. But on the other hand, I don't actually see a clear way to finish this off at all for black. Because knight takes c5, I just have queen takes f5 here. And yeah, this knight is hanging. Queen a3 is interesting, just to line up on e3. But I can go rook d3 here, and maybe I can go knight takes c5 then. These sort of things are going to start getting quite dangerous. But again, it's not. I'm not 100% sure about these things. But I guess that knight g4 here really is very dangerous with the key point knight g4, queen takes h3 check. So probably f4. I think we go this move rook c3, and probably white is going to end up in quite a bit of trouble there. Got to remember that you can't castle in this position. Rook h2 feels that would probably be the move that I would instinctively reach for. Rook h2 just feels right, covering laterally, and then still giving the king room to escape there. I suppose maybe the most natural idea here is bishop c5, and then what I wanted to do, but maybe that's just a stupid idea, I wanted to try and play rook h6. So not hang backwards, but try and strike back again at the position. But I'm not 100% sure about this. I mean, if I go f4 here, I want to go rook h8 check, and then you go knight f8, and here I should have something brilliant, like for example d6, and then d7 and queen. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if I could do this, but yeah, who knows? I mean, a move like king d7. What is happening here? I don't know. I mean, the king's too open, really. I can't. I can't. It's going to be hard to catch it. Now I've got this queen e6 move all the time coming back. So if queen g2, I can go bishop takes e3, I guess. Maybe fe is dangerous too. But queen g4 and queen e6. Although in that specific position, come to think of it, I could take, go d7. Knight d7, I've got rook c8, and rook f8, I just take, and go d8 queen. Would that be a win? I don't know. I don't know at all. Interesting though, this idea. Yeah, I mean, I'm also thinking, if bishop c5, could I maybe even go f4? And then I've managed to get, black hasn't gone rook c3. That's the basic idea. But maybe after rook h2, black should just play this move rook c3. Maybe this is the really the big idea that black should be playing. And maybe this is just going to be tricky. Although, I don't know. I mean, if I go knight f5, what are you doing to me? What on earth are you doing to me? I don't know, actually. I don't really know what's going on. I think we looked at this variation before. Queen c4 stopping the king from castling. Queen e2, and then something like queen f4, and maybe this is really serious. I'm attacking f3, I'm attacking f5. You can't move this knight anywhere because I've got rook e3. Maybe it is really serious, I don't know. I was thinking about going rook d3 to protect stuff this way, but then actually h2 is hanging. So maybe this is really dangerous. Maybe it is. Okay, I think what I really want Stockfish and Leela to show this to me, but Leela is still thinking. 11 minutes, 199 million nodes. My goodness me, Leela. 193.9 kilonodes per second. Leela's going to take off. It's just Mr. BZ must be pedaling like crazy to get those sort of speeds. Amazing. I don't think I've ever seen Leela with as many nodes as that. My goodness. So actually Leela is looking at our line. The line that we're looking at is the line that Leela's looking at. Yeah, okay. So if we're looking at the PV, just whether we can get this. Yeah, knight takes f5. This is the line we had this in our analysis, and I was thinking about playing queen c4 here, which I thought was very dangerous. Leela's looking at white playing bishop b4 first, which actually feels wrong. Not quite that fast, says Mr. BDZZ. So yeah, incredible, really amazing. So a 12-minute think. 213.7 million nodes. My goodness, that's really impressive. Stockfish at 0.00, of course. Yeah. In general, in these sort of positions, you kind of trust Stockfish, of course. But to call this a dead draw is going a little bit far. This is still very unclear. But I'm really intrigued to see what. Yeah, we've got a bit of a divergence here, and what Stockfish is looking at, I find hard to understand. So let's have a little look at our board. So this position, this is the one, and rook h2, which was the move I said I would play, seems to be the main line. So, yay! Well done, Matthew. That's good. And now a couple of interesting things, ideas. So rook c3 is Leela's main line, and f4 is Stockfish's main line. And Stockfish's main line, frankly, is bizarre. Because it's just all specific tactics, really. Because after knight f5, it wants to play rook c5. So it's looking to try and eliminate this pawn on d5. And after d6, it goes queen e6. And it's just fighting this knight on f5. And then if, the knight moves away, then the d6 pawn is hanging. So it's, yeah, I mean, these are always really difficult lines for humans to find. I mean, a move like rook c3 is very natural. I can think of a move like rook c3 because it's carrying on along a natural attacking vein. When I start in the middle of an attack, suddenly switching to picking up pawns, it's just really difficult to calculate this properly. It's the sort of thing that when you do it yourself in a human game, you just end up losing the thread of the position and wasting moves, and it turns out that you can't take the pawn anyway because there's some stupid tactic. So you always really like to try and keep attacking, keep those big heavy attacking moves coming in. And that's why I think rook c3 probably would be more or less the only, or certainly one of the first moves that I'd consider. Yeah, I mean, let's have a look at this one. So knight f5. So Leela wanted bishop b4, which I find to be a really strange move. That's probably going to be influenced by shogi again. And that's simply because one of the things about shogi that you learn is that in principle checking the king is bad. You've got to corner the king, stop it from escaping, and you sort of keep it in a box, in a cage, and then you mate it there. I mean, that's helped in shogi by the fact that you can drop pieces onto the king, you know, so to give mate. But still, you know, that's the general thing. So the idea that you'd play this sort of move and, you know, chase the king away and sort of actually I should probably go to oh, actually probably got to be careful here. King G1, we've got bishop C5. Although that's not 100% clear. Sorry, I'm thinking as I'm talking, but bishop c5 looks very strong, but I've got king h1 here, and after bishop f2 I've got knight d6 and knight c4, so this was why I was pausing. But okay, it just feels strange to, you know, to chase the white king into the corner where it wants to be. It feels, you know, for everything in the world as if you should be playing a move like queen c4 and stopping the white king from moving out. But it could well be that this is just a bad move and that tactically it doesn't actually work. I mean, one thing that you do, you know, that occurs to you straight away is that, you know, in principle moves like rook h6 are possible because bishop h6 there's knight d6 check. But I'm not really convinced that rook h6 is going to be the move that's going to do it for me, because I mean stuff like rook c2, for example. Well, I can give a check on e6, king d8. I can give I could give a queen h4 check. My goodness, and swap off the queens. Oh, my head. How would we do this? I don't know. I mean, probably queen f4 would. Oh no, but queen f4. We're going to go rook e6 check again. Or maybe we move towards the king this time. We move towards the king. We're attacking f5. We're attacking f3. Ugh. Possible. This could be. It could be possible. Now I'm looking at moves like, you know, queen d2 or something, but probably queen f3 is still very, very dangerous here. So that doesn't feel right at all. So, I mean, rook h6 doesn't feel right. But could that be the idea? Could we have a move like rook h4? That would probably be the idea. The annoying idea, which just stops the queen from, just drives the queen back, you know, just ends up being a wasted tempo here. I don't really know what we could do with black. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit cruel, really. I mean, I could go, you think, oh, well, maybe bishop c5, you know, and we'll get the rook back, but then you fall to a knight d6 check at the end. So, yes, indeed, USA. Oh, I can't pronounce that word. Moronocracy. Dr. No will arrive soon. If you weren't in the chat before, I'm sure most of you were, but we had a great time of trying to find James Bond titles for the TCEC. There's some very creative ones, some really amazing ones. So let's have a look again. How are we progressing? Knight e3 has been played. So, and queen a2 straight away. King e1, whack. And being, of course, they're all blitzing out the moves because after all, you've only got 1 hour and 18 left and 1 hour and 11 left. My goodness me. Yeah, this is it's incredible time handling. I mean, but of course, I mean, look at the number of nodes they're finding, even with this speeds. Would be interesting to know, you know, if you could, you know, if they were spending more time, would they find better moves? I wonder. Or I mean, or maybe somebody can say. I mean, is this kind of constrained? Is, for example, the number of nodes that Leela can search, is that constrained by the amount of RAM that it has, the amount of you know, of nodes it can hold in memory or something, or is that a constraint, or is it, you know, I don't know. Just you do wonder somehow, because you know you could spend a lot more time on all of these moves, and you wonder whether you could find better ones. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe probably not. I guess this is probably good enough. But let's have a look. So king e1 has been played, and now f5 is coming in. And well, it looks like we're going to have a bit of a divergence here because, yeah, Stockfish, as we said, looking for f5 and f4. And Leela looking for, yeah, a very sharp tactical line. Let's keep on going with it. Good tactical practice for me. Although, yeah, is this tactical practice? Hard to say. I mean, you sort of wonder, you know, as a human, how many variations would you be calculating in this position? That's actually kind of Bigo saying Leela can get about 400 million nodes with the current hardware. So, and Viren Patel saying testing game showed 384 million nodes RAM limit. Okay, that's quite a lot. That is really a lot. It's okay, interesting. It's yeah, sorry, let's get back. Yeah, how many variations would you calculate? I mean, not really that many. It's all about really just trying to, a lot of it is kind of strategical, really. I mean, you know, you're calculating a few small tactics like a knight fork on d6, but, you know, to be honest, you know, at the end of the day, you're mostly trying to work out how to get your pieces active, you know, and how to avoid little tactics. So, we've got queen takes a2 on the board, I think. Sorry, I'm just going to go back, have a quick look what's on the board at the moment. Queen takes a2 and now rook h2 from Leela. Yeah, now this is going to be the big moment. So we've looked at, well, let's have a look at Leela's line. Rook c3, knight f5. We're going bishop b4, I think was its move, threatening a huge discovered attack. King f1, queen c4 check. And now, I mean, queen e2 is not good. We've got queen f4, I think, forking knight and also forking the f3 pawn. I mean, you could go knight h4, but this is starting to look really, really ropey for black. I've no idea. I'm almost refuse to look at it. Maybe rook e3 followed by e4, or maybe knight f6, looking for knight h5 to g3. I mean, this just really looks very, very bad. Or knight g4. This looks very bad for white. So king g2, obviously, we've got rook takes c2. So we have to go king g1. And I pointed out, yeah, bishop c5 pins the queen to the king, but we've got king h1 and bishop f2. We've got knight d6 check. However, what we would like to do here would be to play a move that the queen is attacked, so we need to attack something else of reasonable value in order to get the most out of it, and queen f4 is that move. The queen's attacked now. We're really threatening to take the queen because knight d6 check is no longer good, and we've got the queen is attacking the knight on f5. So we are also attacking the f3 pawn. So, you know, if we were trying with white rather, to attack something of similar value, you know, the queen on d2 would be interesting. But then I guess that queen f3 check is rather annoying. Rook g2, and then who knows, queen h3 check. At the very least, we've got a draw, and we've probably got a win here. I would have thought we've got a win. Rook c4, something like that. Come over to the h file. Looks very, very dangerous. So what I'm thinking is, my goodness, this looks. I've only got confidence in this vaguely because I saw that Stockfish said 0-0-0, but normally I'd be assuming that white's in a bit of trouble here. Knight g7 check. Okay, I mean, let's follow the knight. We'll hit it with king f7, and now we've got to find a move for white. But actually, that's not so difficult because we can play the move knight e6. Haha. And if bishop takes f2, we've got knight f4. And if we go bishop g3, thinking, haha, we're forking the knight and the rook, we have, haha, in return, knight e2, forking the rook and the bishop. So we're getting out of it. Now, it's going to be too much for me to tell you, after all this effort, whether all of the endings, you know, if you sort of... if black takes the rook and white takes the rook, are winning for white. But in general, I mean, any of these endings look really good, right? I mean, we've got a passed pawn, black pawn split. You know, well, at the very least, it's going to be quite interesting. So after knight e6, we actually need a good move here for black. And that is not as easy as you might think. I mean, I'm not liking any of the endings, right? I'm not liking queen takes f3 or anything like that. That might be wrong, but I think that's a clear advantage for white. So what I'm thinking of doing here is queen f5. I mean, I'm attacking the queen, and I'm still attacking this one. So you go knight c5, and then I go rook f3. Attacking the queen. I mean, yeah. I mean, we've got a nice perpetual coming up, but I don't know whether it's forced or not. Oh, actually, I think, yeah. No, sorry. I mean, I was looking at queen g1, knight c5, queen check, rook f1, which is a draw, I think, because we take, queen there, check. And we've got this standard thingy where you can't get out of it. You know, you go rook 8 g2, I go queen h5, and queen h2, I go queen d1, and rook g1, I go queen there, and there I go here. So that would be lovely. Only I do think that if you go, if I go rook f3 in this position, then I might get hit by rook f1. And rook f2, and I'm just losing. And if I go e4 or something like that, well, actually I just go knight takes e4. I'm threatening knight d6 check, and yeah, this is completely gone. So how are we doing this? How are we doing this? All right, well, shall we have a look at Leela's PV, because I'm sure that'll be pretty much how it's... Oh no, f4, okay. All right, maybe have a quick look at Leela's PV before then. It was saying knight g7, knight e6. Okay, it was saying, Leela was saying that after knight e6, rook takes c2, that's what it wanted to do. The idea being queen takes c2, queen f3 check, which is quite nice. Rook g2, queen h3 is a draw. And we're really claiming that after rook takes c2, knight takes f4. Sorry, just have a quick look at Leela's PV. Rook takes f4. Are you serious? Yeah, Leela's saying that this is just equal. Yeah. Well, maybe. I mean, intuitively, I'd just say, white must have a clear advantage. But, yeah, I mean, I guess that black's going to push this pawn. The pawn's coming down to a4. I mean, and the bishop can come to d4. I mean, I'm thinking a4, knight c3, knight b6, maybe, king g2, knight, you know, bishop d4 somehow. And maybe we get to some sort of position where, you know, you can swap off the a pawn for the d pawn or something. Whoa, I don't know. I mean, I don't like it at all for black. I'd be very nervous about this. But if Leela says it's 0.26, then yeah, I mean it must be. But just in general, human terms, you wouldn't be very confident about this. So Stockfish has played though f4, which I guess will take Leela by surprise. So yeah. F4. Let's have a little look. F4. It's quite... So, knight's attacked, knight has to move. Not always the case, but probably true here. We are going to go... knight g4 or knight f5. What are we going to do? Knight g4 or knight f5. I mean, I quite like the idea of knight g4, vaguely aiming for there, but I don't think it does any good really. Knight f5 is natural, let's do that. And now Stockfish's idea, which I don't think I would really have taken seriously at all, was is to go rook c5. So hitting this pawn on d5. Yeah, I mean, what's wrong? It just feels so slow. You know, it really just feels like you just don't have time for this. White's just going to get all the pieces active. Well, I mean, you know, it's Stockfish. I mean, just check. This is what Stockfish is saying, right? Yeah. It's Stockfish, but we don't have to believe it. So let's try, what if I just try queen g2? I mean, the idea is rook d5, I go queen. I mean, obviously, I'd love to pin, but that's rather embarrassing. But I was thinking more of going queen g6 check, king d8. Problem is, this knight is really good. That's the problem. And I mean, I would absolutely love to play a move like rook takes, queen takes, and something like rook d2. The problem is I get hit by bishop b4. And, well, if you look at this, queen, knight, I mean, it's covering all the checks. It's quite incredible. Yeah, I mean, this is just completely lost for white. So that is kind of the justification for it. I mean, if I want to get at the black king, I have to go round the queen side. I mean, I'd have to go through a7 to a8, in actual fact. But I'm not quite in time. Quite frustrated about this, I can tell you, because it feels like I should be able to do better than all this. I mean, what if I just what if I go knight g4? It's just I like the idea of restricting this knight on d7. That's what I'm trying to do. Now I'm just trying to stop this knight from moving. And then if you go rook c5, you know, just for the sheer hell of it, I'm even thinking about just going queen d2, boring, and then yeah, I'm going to go, you know, king f1, rook e2, just start targeting these guys. I mean, what are you doing to me? I mean, the one big thing in this position, of course, is this diagonal, right? So, you know, if the bishop gets onto b4, then I'm cooked. But can you do that to me? Can you do something dangerous with your with a rook somewhere? Because if you just do something random, I just go king f1. I mean, rook c3 would be vaguely possible because queen c3, there's bishop b4. But would that really be dangerous? Or well, that is actually quite annoying, I have to say. Because yeah, king f1, I don't really want to allow rook f3. I can't go king f2 because of rook c2. So king f1, rook f3, king g1. Okay, but I'm rook g3 check. I'm sort of escaping, but I'm sort of also running into a bit of trouble as well. I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe this is good. But what if I didn't go? I mean, if I just go king f1. I mean, this also, you know, rook d5. If I just went like this and then went king g2. I mean, I have the feeling that with white, well, I feel better. You know, I mean, I really, if I was white in this game, I'd be really thinking, okay, survived. Now let's start reeling it in. But maybe it's not so bad for black. I mean, you've got a4, maybe even got e4 as an idea. Maybe this is not so bad for black. It feels bad. It really does. But oh, I'm sorry. I'm not on, yeah, screen. Sorry. Let's just show you the variations again. F4, knight g4, rook c5, queen d2. Rook c3 was what I was looking at. So queen c3, bishop b4. And king f1, I was thinking rook f3, king g1, rook g3 check. Yeah, rook g2. Feels, you know, or even just with white, you know, could I just go king f1, and then, you know, rook d5 takes, and queen e2. It feels to me like, you know, I've just emerged with white and I'm ready to start causing black some problems. But yeah, this passed a pawn is pretty big. Maybe that's all causing a problem. Who can tell? I'm certainly having difficulties telling. So let's look to Leela for reassurance. Leela's played knight f5. And now, yeah, Leela's with me, really. Leela's looking to play the move queen e2 here. Just giving back that pawn, and then, you know, afterwards just trying to claim that you've got, that you've, yeah, you're just getting back into it. But, yeah, Stockfish really feels that, that this is not anything at all. Well, Leela too as well. Leela, they both basically think that the black's king is not exposed enough, and well, black's just got enough with past a pawn and counterplay against the white king. That's yeah, toughy. How is that gonna pan out? Well, let's have a little look. F4. Look at the position. So Leela looking for knight f5. Stockfish is going to play rook c5. Then Leela looking for queen e2, which is frankly, I think, quite a human move, really. Rook d5. And then Leela, yeah, I mean, rook d5 is possible. Leela looking at king f1 here. So just we're just going to aim to take the rook, get the king somewhere to safety, and then, yeah, start coming in with the pieces. We've got knight h6, for example, Not bad at all. But let's have a look through Leela's PV, because this is quite interesting. Actually, after rook d5, Leela wants to go knight h6. And then a4. And really, I mean, this bishop on f8 hasn't moved yet. That's right, isn't it? Yeah, it really hasn't moved yet. Is it ever going to move in the game? A good question, actually. But it's doing a sterling job, just defending the pawn on a3. There was two American grandmasters, actually, Robert Byrne and William Lombardy. They both wrote, it must have been an American thing, that a bishop can be developed on its initial square. So f8, c8, c1, f1, and well, they were thinking about the Samish King's Indian, which is definitely true in that line. But well, even in the sharpest Sicilians, you're seeing that that a bishop on f8 is taking a full part in the game, even on its initial square. And obviously, this a pawn is well, quite tricky for white to stop, and it's going to prove very distracting. So Leela was thinking of knight g4. Interesting. And then this move, rook takes d1, queen takes d1, and e4. And this sort of move is just opening up the white king to checks. So really going to make sure that that if Leela's attacking, then black's going to be attacking too. And well, if you take back on e4 with the pawn, then well, you're also blocking the e file as well. So rook h7. And now this gets into sort of unfathomable territory, really, because, I mean, just at a glance, I can't tell you whether, white has got a winning continuation or not. But, well, Leela clearly thinks that this is the best that white can get. You don't get any more than this. F takes e4, queen e6, king f2, a3. And black's just, well, got all of its pieces, nicely bunched together there, protecting the black king. And the a pawn on a3 is just well, distracting white, making sure that white can't wander away too far. And yeah, somehow this knight on g4 is not, getting across to the black king enough. What's Leela looking for? e5 or something like that? That would be my natural move. Nah. Rook h3, bishop e7, king f3, a2. Well, I'm starting to get lost here with what all these moves signify, really. But in principle, looks like the engines agree that this is basically going to hold for black. The a pawn is going to be powerful enough to keep white's pieces at bay from the king. I mean, I would rather be white, I can tell you, in this position. I think I'd find it very easy to blunder as black. But yeah, if Leela believes in it, then yeah, I think that's probably absolutely correct. So yeah, I mean, what was Stockfish's line? Stockfish was looking for yeah, d6, queen e6, and knight e7, and then again pushing the a pawn. It's all about pushing the a pawn and just keeping the white rooks passive here. So. Yeah, now we're not, I think, it's one of those funny things, frustrating things that, yeah, I mean, the engines all know that, that this is a draw. And we know now because the engines know, but somehow, yeah, they'll keep on playing. Hard one to know, really. The draw rule. Whether in practical terms, you could sort of say, well, the engines know it's a draw, so let's just have a draw rule here. But of course, the position is so complicated for humans. I think, you want to see how it plays out. The only problem is that both engines have still got an hour left, so both got an hour left to play out a drawn position, or a position which they know how to draw. I think that's the key point. That's always a little bit, you don't really know exactly how that pans out. But just looking at the, in general terms at how both engines have played, really pretty impressive, I have to say. Leela played very nicely. Stockfish kept its cool, and I think the one thing that that interested me really was that was Stockfish's evaluation after knight g8. Just going back to here, it started off after knight e5, a3. Stockfish's evaluation was 1.16. And but already by the time it played this move, knight g8, sorry, on move 19, it was at 0.64, which is a pretty, relaxed evaluation for Stockfish. So that's quite interesting. It probably says that, either its initial evaluation wasn't great, or it'll, diverge earlier with a better move. That is quite interesting. So and then the other interesting thing, as I said, I would have, if you showed me this one as white, I'd just say, easy for white. But I think we've got another, great Sicilian example here, d5 break, and then all of a sudden, black's pieces just get liberated, and this position looks like it's going to end up as a draw. I'm always looking, what I'm always interested in with these things is, how could I learn from this? What sort of things could you learn in terms of evaluation? That's always the most important thing, because I'd love to be able to, see this position from afar in my calculations roughly, and be able to say, okay, because of these factors, it's it's about equal. I can play for all this. Because I think intuitively, if I saw this position from afar, I'd think, white's probably much better. A difficult one, I suppose, this one. I think, what you do have to be able to visualize is, I suppose, weakness of the d5 pawn, strength of the a pawn, safety of the black king. I suppose those are important things. If you can visualize that, and also, the knight on f5, which is kind of a problem piece, and that isn't really managing to act as the platform for a white attack that white would want. But I think you'd need very good vision here to be able to see that from afar. So that's very awkward. Let's have a little look to see what other engines did in this variation. We'll just go back, leave it here, and have a look. So let's just go back to the 12th move, and all the way back to the 12th move, just in the opening, and we'll get some sort of feel. So Stockfish actually played the move b4 in this position, which made me giggle quite a lot. What a move. Thank you very much, Stockfish. So it played b4 in this position, and after a takes b4, played queen b8. So basically trying to accelerate the attack. Of course, if you just played h4 or whatever, then we're back into the main game. H4, queen takes b4. But in this position, in my engine game, Stockfish played f4. And knight e takes g4, bishop g1, queen takes b4, and knight b3. And this was actually, a nice way of doing it, really. Because, having played f4 with the knight over to g4, you're threatening h3 in actual fact, just trapping the knight. I think this is, this turns out very powerful. So h5, h3, knight h6, and yeah, black's got this passive knight on h6. So Stockfish played bishop d4, and after a5 broke in the center with e5, knight d5 and bishop g2, and yeah, this ended up being just a very nice ending. a4, knight takes d5, queen d2, knight d2, e takes d5, and bishop takes d5. And this was, Stockfish was assessing this ending as +2 for white, and it won it quite convincingly. So I mean, that was my my insanity test, as I call it, with Stoveface, just seeing what would another engine play. Because I mean, why did I do that? Well, I mean, partly it was just to get another engine perspective on the opening, but also just imagine that that Leela and Stockfish didn't qualify. Well, screen, Matthew. Just imagine that Leela and Stockfish didn't qualify. Then yeah, I mean, it would be a little bit strange if you had openings that then weren't very interesting if either Stoveface or Komodo qualified. They seemed the most likely. So that was the idea. So yeah, a takes b4, queen b8, but then Stockfish sacrificed a pawn with f4, bishop g1, queen b4, and then knight b3. And well, we had h3 coming in. This was very, very powerful indeed for Stockfish. I'll just show the line again because obviously I've completely messed that up with the screens. Knight d5 and bishop g2. So that wasn't particularly successful. Yeah, I mean, after queen b8, h4, let's have a look. What did Komodo do in these positions? Oh, I didn't run Komodo on these. This was just Stockfish, Leela, various nets, and also Stoveface as well. And yeah, I mean, basically, I thought white had a pretty nice initiative, but black had good chances to hold. And well, I guess that's kind of how it's turned out here. So let's have a look. What else has happened here in the meantime whilst I've been gabbling on? Well, Leela's having a very big think here. 12 minutes. 165,000 million nodes here, 166 million nodes. Really, but actually its main line hasn't changed. It's just going deeper and deeper on that. Yeah, I mean, I think that's quite normal now. I mean, I don't think, I'm not expecting any change to a drawn result here. Really expecting that yeah, that Leela's going to hold this, not going to blunder or anything like that, and Stockfish is going to hold the draw. Then we're going to see whether Leela can hold this as black. Be interesting. It's yeah, always, you always assume these sort of positions are easier to hold for Stockfish with black, with its calculation power and yeah, and its fantastic defensive ability. But yeah, in positions with active defense, Leela is actually very good indeed there. So we're going to see how that goes. Now, what I'm going to do, I am going to take a little bit of a break because we've got a little bit of a dead period in the game. So I'm going to take a little bit of a break, and then I will be back in about 5 minutes, and 5 or 10 minutes, and then we'll have a look to see how that goes. And yeah, we'll hopefully see Leela making the draw, and then we can start on the next game with Stockfish white against Leela with black. So let's just yeah, just about 10 minutes. I'll be back around 20 past 8 British time. Okay, see you then. Welcome back, everyone. I'm trusting that it's going to listen, make sure that the stream is working, so just bear with me whilst I unmute. Just welcome back, everyone. There we are, that's great. Brilliant. So let's carry on. Not that much has happened. Yeah, that was pretty much par for the course there. So we're just gonna have to wait for a little while for Leela and Stockfish to play this out. It's a great. I mean, you can complain. They're giving this sort of evaluation, of course, you know. But on the other hand, it is a really exciting game still. So still plenty to discover, and we're going to try and do our best there. I just thought one thing I might talk about quickly is yeah, the difficulties of doing a book like this. Well, I mean, I wasn't under any illusions. I've been following the TCEC for quite a while now, and yeah, you know how difficult it is to create a book that's both well, produces exciting games, produces some decisive games, but you know, and also gives a chance for all the engines to display their own unique qualities. You know, I mean, that's the thing you want. You really want to bring the best out of both engines, not just one engine. And yeah, I mean, one of the tough things is, I mean, I have lots of analysis of all sorts of different lines, you know, some of which I've played, but many of which I haven't played. But what you do notice when you're trying to build up a repertory like this is that in a lot of cases you're kind of relying on the engine's main line. You know, that does end up eventually being your own main line, and then you're you know, you're trying to find stuff within that to yeah, to confuse your opponent, or you're trying to prepare it deeper and deeper to anticipate you know, your opponent missing something, going astray, you know, and you're trying to make sure that all of those sub variations are covered. But you know, your main line really is the engine's main line, and well, that's a little bit annoying really, because you know, if it's the engine's main line and the engine's main line is you know, just a slight advantage or whatever, then yeah, that's not really usable in a Sufi context, because yeah, the engines will both play a good line and then will just hold a slight disadvantage and draw. So the lines that I found the most interesting, from my own analysis at least, were lines where you know, I was trying to yeah, create the maximum imbalance. You know, this was really meant for playing against a weaker player, or a player that I wanted to beat, and I was willing to take risks to unbalance in order to yeah, in order to get those chances. And those were often the you know, the best lines, because obviously, you know, you're risking a big disadvantage, but you know, it's going to offer plenty of opportunities for play. You know, the only problem with those is that it's a delicate balance, because you know, if you go too far, there are plenty of lines that you might say, well, a human will have difficulty scoping, but an engine finds the refutation in an instant. You know, and it's a very fine line, you know, trying to find lines that are both a little bit unsound, but not so bad that that the engines can refute them instantly. And of course, you've got to find lines that that offer enough variety, so that you know, two strong engines looking at it might choose different ways of continuing. And really difficult. You know, that was I knew it was going to be difficult, but it was even more difficult than I'd realized. But yeah, I mean, I think I mean, looking at it, I'm pretty happy with the stuff I came up with. I'm really looking forward to seeing Jeroen's choices as well working out. And I think yeah, I mean, I'm very positive about I mean, I'm so happy. I wouldn't have dared do 50 on my own. Absolutely not. I really, you know, think it's fantastic that Jeroen, you know, agreed to do these, and you know, agreed to do 25 as well. And so we've got one experienced person doing it, and one newbie like me giving it a go. And I think that hopefully, you know, if it all works out well, then with, you know, two different people with two different approaches, you know, putting a book together, it should hopefully, yeah, you know, I mean, it should just give a lovely broad range of openings to try. And well, I mean, looking at the total range of openings, I think it's a lovely spread. I think pretty much everything gets a go, and I think there's something in it for everyone. So yeah, really fingers crossed, hoping that all works well. All right, let's have a look at the game. Let's start trying to look at some variations. Let me just, I'm just going to clean that up, just get the PGN, and then, whoopsie, Matthew, there we are, get the PGN. If you're wondering which computer program I'm using to display the board, it's Skid versus PC, as it says up there. I've used Skid for quite a long time. I do like it. I mean, I find it very, yeah, I like the tool very much. You know, always, yeah, it's always nice to see, you know, sort of open source alternatives to major products. So, yeah, nice program. Still, I think, you know, still plenty of work to do to get it absolutely great, but it's it really is getting there. All right, so let me just import a paste PGN, import, there we are, get to the game, and then we will have a look. So, queen takes d1, it's black to move here. What is the situation? We've got 3 pawns, so pawn for the exchange, the king and the queen on e1 and d1, but they've moved quite a bit. The bishop still on f8, the king still on e8. They haven't moved 1 millimeter, so quite a contrast there. Now, if you were to ask me, you know, intuitively, who is better and why, I would, I think I would really say that, you know, I'm pretty sure that white is quite a bit better here. Why is that? Well, simply the black king's position looks porous at first glance. You know, I mean, it's just queen d3, queen g6. I've got a rook that's active, can come either to d2 or along the h file. You know, those sort of things, they really, you know, make you think this is going to be, you know, a bit of a problem for black. And you know, the white king is a little bit open, but it's got hiding places on f1, g2. So, you know, I think probably intuitively, if you ask me, I'd say that this was very good for white. I think it's only a little bit later that you realise a couple of things. First of all, the black king is actually pretty safe. I mean, I can give a check on g6, but so what? The king goes to d8, c7. You know, this knight on d7 is a lovely defensive piece, you know, covering all sorts of dark squares, covering the bishop on f8. And, you know, I think it's, you know, it's just really hard for white to capture the black king at all. It's always able to go free. And then the other thing to it, of course, well, there are some checks against the white king, so white might need to waste a little bit of time. And while white is wasting time getting its king safe, there's the thing that you can easily forget, but it's this, that this a pawn is ready to move on. And it's quick. I mean, it's going a4, a3. It's protected by the bishop on f8. And, well, if it gets to a3, a2, then, yeah, we've got to take some action somehow. So, yeah, I mean, first feeling is, oh, white must be doing really well. And then when you look at it a little bit more, you sort of say, yeah, not quite so clear how it's going to work out. So let's have a look. I thought I heard a move played. Indeed, Leela went knight g4. Sorry, what did we get? It was a4, sorry. Up, a4, and then knight g4. Yeah, so how would I expect black to play here? Well, I mean, probably the first move that I'd think of if I was black was to play queen c4, but that would be rather bad because of queen takes d7 and knight takes e5. So I wouldn't recommend that to viewers at home. Probably the first move that I would seriously look at would be a move like queen e6. Just bringing the queen back, defending the knight on d7. Yeah, just preparing for the a pawn to move forwards. Now, the question in this sort of situation is what is white? How is white going to try and approach this? I suppose I've got a few ideas here. I'm not 100% sure which is best. I mean, I could play a move like c4, for example. Obviously, if queen c4, we've still got this queen d7. And I mean, I might be playing queen d5, and I'm also just trying to cut off the line of the queen along this diagonal. I mean, it's not terrible for black, but it might be interesting for for white to do that. So what Stockfish is doing, it plays the move e4, and this move is really aimed at stopping white from having any degree of control over the position, because now everything is going to get open and the black queen is going to have threats left, right and center, and they're not always going to be real threats, but there's always going to be threats of taking pawns. So if we go f takes c4 in this position, for example, a move like I'd imagine queen e6 is suddenly much more interesting for black somehow, because this e4 pawn is also going to be hanging somewhere. Not immediately, because we'd have rook e2, but you're also keeping an eye on this knight on g4, which is unprotected. So this move of queen d5, for example, which you might otherwise consider, is going to allow queen takes g4. So this is pretty interesting. And well, what Leela did was to play rook h7. And just threatening to take on d7, and of course if you go something like queen e6, then we've got queen takes d7 and knight f6 check, picking up the queen with a winning position. But Stockfish has the defense, bishop e7, just cutting the line of the rook. And yeah, sometimes you just have just one defense, and there's only one way to do it, but it's enough. And I think this is one of those cases really where yeah, it's not going to be very easy at all for Leela to make much more progress. Now, I think rook h8 check was what Leela was looking at, bishop f8, and yeah, well, I think we've sort of achieved quite a bit already. So what can we try and do here with white? I mean, f takes e4 is obviously one possibility. Removes that advance e pawn, and also maybe gets a chance to get the queen to the d1 h5 diagonal. Also gives the possibility of playing queen d5, for example. I mean, what I would really want, if I could, would be to get my queen active immediately. Not worry about this e4 pawn, but just go for it. But it's actually quite difficult. Queen d4 is really one of the first moves that I think of, but I think that queen b1 check is extremely annoying here. I mean, I'm basically going to lose this c2 pawn, which doesn't make me feel immensely comfortable, because I didn't actually have any concrete threats. I just wanted to centralize my queen. But I don't know, if I go king g1, he takes f3. Who knows? It's looking quite dangerous for white there. So that's not really possible. A move like queen e2 is not so silly, maybe. Only there's a slight little problem with it, and that's queen a1 check, forking the rook on h8 and the king on e1. Otherwise queen e2 would be a very nice move. So this is not particularly clear. Just trying to think of other stuff I could do. I don't think so. I think I've got to take on e4. And now what could we do? I suppose we could do two things here with black. I mean, either we go a3 straight away, or we bring the queen back to, like queen e6, for example, just to give a bit of solidity to the black position. I don't know whether a3 is losing something. It would be fun if it did, but it doesn't jump out at me at any case. Let me say that white's got a way of punishing this. I mean, the problem is if well, I mean, there's many problems with queen d5. I mean, queen a1 check would work, but even takes and a2 is rather annoying for white. So how could white actually do this? I mean, any queen move off the back rank is allowing you know, queen a1 check, so I can't do that. Pardon me. I can't see anything particularly interesting there. Move like e5 doesn't feel amazing. I mean, I could play a move like c4, for example, you know, going for this trick, but actually it's not even a trick really, because I go king e6 and a2, and then that's rather annoying as well. So that's not even a trick. I do wonder actually, what would he do against a3? What are you doing against a3? Maybe what you're going to try and do simply is to bring the king off the back rank. Maybe we're just going to go king f2 here in this position. Just this way, after you go king f2, suddenly you know, queen d5 becomes, or moving queens off the back rank becomes much more possible, because there's no queen a1 check forking the king on e1 and the rook on h8, and also the rook is able to get back to h1 to cover the back rank. So that does actually feel like like a reasonable move. Pardon me. Okay, so how would we continue with black? Well, if we were really going to be lucky, we'd play the queen to b2 and then just try and queen a2 a1. So, well, we might just try it. I imagine that the safest move is something like queen e6. Just making this little cluster of pieces here and then getting ready to play a2. But I don't actually see yet what the problem is with queen b2. Rook h7 is possible. I mean, even at some stages I start wondering, you know, couldn't I just go bishop g7 here? And I'm just going to go a2 and a1. And I'm not very sure, just not very sure how you're stopping me there. So a3, king f2, queen b2. Have a quick look. Is Leela still thinking, or have there been moves since? Leela is still thinking. I mean, in fact, you've got to say that Leela's time handling is quite good here, because this is a very complicated position, and Leela is really, yeah, Leela's doing a very good job, you know, spending its time here. I think that's definitely true. But okay, oops, good lord, sorry. Fiddling around with that, yeah, I don't, not at all clear for me what is wrong with queen b2. I mean, queen h1 feels interesting to go queen h5, but I think that's just an empty shot. I don't, you know, and I'm dropping the c2 pawn as well, so I mean, rook h7 seems natural, unless we can go e5. I mean, that's another move here, e5. I mean, the point of this is that if knight e5, I think I've got rook f8. Maybe I've got more than that, maybe knight f6, but at the very least I've got here and here. So I'm picking up the knight, and that could be a little bit awkward for black. some of these queen and knight positions are mating, although yeah, probably this one probably not, I guess. But you know, white doesn't have any sort of problem at all. So knight takes c5, not good, but let's just go a2. So threatening a1 queen. So we better come up with something pretty good pretty fast. Well, we've got a few ideas here. I've got e6. I've got knight f6. Let's try e6. So queen h8 is possible, of course, but we've got queen d7 check. So yeah, I mean, this is sort of looking decent. If we go knight c5, I mean, at the very least, I've got rook f8 check, you know, and queen d8. I'm never going to lose that and probably going to win this with white. I suppose the interesting one is to go queen b6 check, because then I'm going to take this e6 pawn. And now I was hoping that I had something beautifully clever in order to deal with it, but I'm a bit afraid that I don't, actually. I mean, I've stopped the a-pawn from advancing, but well, that a-pawn is still there. It still feels quite dangerous. I think it's, you know, just probably it's just being a human. You're just a little bit nervous for what can happen in those sort of positions. But so Leela has gone bishop rook h8 check. So we're expecting bishop f8 back again. So that should be sorry, just doing it like that. Bishop f8 is going to be what we're expecting. F takes e4 and queen b2. Yeah, I saw in Stockfish's PV that it's also thinking of playing queen e6 in this position. So, all right, queen b2. I'm going to weaken and I'm going to ask Stockfish what it thinks about queen b2. Not that amazed, really, is it? It's giving a5. Yeah, okay. It's giving various lines leading to a draw. We'll have a look at a few of them because they're quite nicely spectacular. But yeah, it doesn't look like anything anything special for white at all. Yeah, so e5 that we were looking at, a2. And now not my e6 move, but did I say this knight f6 move? I'm not sure. Knight f6, knight f6. I did have a look at rook f8 check, I think, which is also just a draw. Queen d6. You're just going to be able to give perpetual there, though. Yeah, you know, obviously if anything goes wrong, then then black's pawn is ready to queen, but you will be able to chase the king all over the board there, I think. And then yeah, I think we're just into after this move we're just into the realms of many different draws in many different ways, you know, and you just basically pick one. Black's picking up this pawn f6 and then white can keep on giving checks. So yeah, I mean, this is looking like I mean, queen b2 seems to be a pretty clear draw as well. Yeah, intriguing. You do sort of wonder sometimes, you know, how do these engines actually you know, make these choices between these equivalent moves? Yeah, it's quite unusual, really. But let's have a look. I'm just seeing that I'm not able to see any chat, so just trying to refresh the page, see whether I can get it. Dun dun dun. No. Okay. So f2, rook h8, fe. Ah, Stockfish looking for. Oh, sorry, I keep on scrolling by accident. Sorry about that. So yeah, Stockfish looking for a3 there, playing our move. Fantastic, wonderful. I think that's that really is fair enough. and we're going to see what Leela thinks. Let's have a look at the PVs that are coming up. So so yeah, Leela's expecting Queen E6 here, and Queen F3, A3, E5, King D8, check, and then Queen G4, Rook takes F8, and we've just got some drawn Queen and Pawn ending there. That's pretty even. Stockfish looking to go A3, Rook H7, Bishop E7, and kind of expecting White to force a draw by repetition in some way here. That's fair enough. All there are many different ways to the draw now, so not that much to say about that. Let's just keep on looking at some variations. It's although it's tempting to sort of say, this is this is obvious, easy, but I can tell you I'd be sweating if this was a real game. So FE, A3 we were looking at, King F2, Queen E6 or Queen B2. That was pretty good. Let's have a look. What was Leela's expectation again? FE. Oh, actually, Queen E6 has been played. Wow, Stockfish playing Queen E6 as well here. So okay, fantastic. And just going to march the pawn down. A3 to A2. So let's try and think of some more creative ideas. I mean, Queen E4 is a bit of an annoying threat, really. I don't suppose you particularly want to allow that. Yeah, the big problem, and this is what this move E5 to E4 has done. Actually, just worth pointing it out, really. So what E4 does, I mean, after F takes E4, this knight on G4 is unprotected now, and this really limits the mobility of the white queen. So I mean, how should I try and do this? I could play the King F2 to F3, I guess. Funnily enough, I mean the white king is the only one that isn't really gainfully employed. So you could. There is an argument for putting it on F3, but I guess that by the time I get there, we've gone A2, and then well, it's going to get rather difficult for white to do very much. Although, yeah, again, you wonder about these types of positions. Queen D4. I suppose black can always play Queen A6, force the queen back to A1 or something like this. But are you forcing the queen back to A1, or could I go Rook H1? It's again, if I was looking at this with from the just from the human side, forgetting the engine evaluations, I'd probably sort of feel with white that I've got decent chances. I'm going to get the F4 pawn, the black king's weak. I've stopped that A pawn. It's not that obvious. So okay, maybe how about a move like King F2, just to try and shore up the knight with King F3, and then we're going to move in with our queen. Let's have a look at that. So am I missing any forks, first of all? Well, I certainly don't want to do this, of course, because Queen D7 hits you again. So that's definitely not what the doctor ordered. So I mean, I do think that A3 looks very natural. I can't think of any checks, any sequence of checks that I can do that can get a fork. So here, and then King F3. And now, well, Queen D4 is the next move that's coming in. I mean, and I do think that that's actually quite annoying for black. So I wonder whether I should try and stop it. I mean, should I play a move like Knight E5 check? Because if I go King F4, which looks suicidal anyway, but I could just take and go Queen F6 here, which would be rather embarrassing. So, sorry, I do apologise, by the way, for moving around all the time. I've got real problems with my back today, so I'm just sort of trying to shift to a comfortable position all the time. So 95, so probably going to take off on there, and then I take on here, and I'm attacking your rook on h8. And then when you go, well, okay, but I could go rook h7 then, threatening queen d7 mate. Maybe bishop g7 then? a2 is going to come in. I don't know, queen b1. Stopping the pawn coming to a2, queen b2. Not 100% clear. Again, I'm trying to work out, is this sending a loss for black, or is this sort of holding? I know you've got two passed pawns. It's a little bit, I'm just not sure about this at all, I have to say. Queen b1. Yeah, I don't know. Is 95 a good move? Maybe it is, but would there maybe be a better one? I don't know. I'm not sure. You know, I mean, it's quite. Yeah, it looks so easy when the engines do it, but you know, to me, it's not obvious at all. I mean, it really is not obvious at all how we're making a draw there as black. But okay, white played queen f3, which is interesting. So I guess black's played a3 already. So you know, I guess that's pretty clear. So what on earth is white going to do? Well, actually, just thinking about it, I do actually have queen takes a3 here. But queen takes g4 would be very good, of course, for black. Well, it certainly wouldn't be bad. So, yeah. I mean, normally speaking, you'd say that I need my queen. Well, either I need my queen on the long diagonal, or I need my queen on the A file to somehow, you know, inhibit this pawn. So I'm kind of assuming something like this, maybe queen a8. Now, are we falling for any forks? That's the key thing. Knight on g4 is, pardon me, is hanging. So, I mean, king e7, rook h7 check just wins. So we've got to go over to f7. And then I'm wondering, rook h7 check, because I've got, you know, I've sort of got things. I can go rook d7. If you go king g6, king g8 rather, you know, I can go rook d7 to meet queen d7, knight f6. Although I am actually slightly wondering whether queen g4 is any good, but it isn't any good because I've got queen a2 check. But I suppose after rook h7 I go bishop g7. And then what are we doing here? I'd love to go all in for the attack. Oh, no, it's never going to work. Just for a moment I thought, you know, queen h8 for this a1 queen, so don't get carried away. I mean, is this possible? I'm looking at knight h6 check here. King e7, rook g7, king g6, queen e4. Wow. Amazing. What was that line? That was e5, a2, queen a8 check. Well, actually, this looks reasonably serious, this does, because, yeah, as I said, king e7 allows rook h7, king f7, I go, where's that new variation? Rook h7. And then, what could he do? So bishop g7, I've got this lovely move, knight h6. king g6, queen e4 check, which wins. So probably your best line, and I think king g8, rook d7, queen g4, queen a2 check is going to be pretty good. Pretty good for white. I'm sort of assuming that. I'm wondering about that, but well, let's just say it's going to be good. But I think, because I think we've got this move king g6. And yeah, king g6. Yeah, this pawn on a2 is quite annoying. I mean, I really don't know how I am dealing with that, to be honest. I mean, I'd love to have a rook takes d7 or something like that, but it doesn't look like this is working at all. So I'd assume that this is not. No, this is not actually very good at all. But okay. Stockfish didn't go a2. Stockfish went king d8. So maybe there is something in this line. Let's have a look. I can't find it, but a2, queen a8, king f7. Oh, knight h6 straight away. Oh, yes, the idea. We saw the idea. We didn't quite get it right, did we? That's beautiful, actually. King g7. I've got rook g8 check, king h6, and AlphaZero, queen h1. There we are. Actually, there's a game that I've analysed on this channel between Igel and Stockfish, and Stockfish plays an astonishing queen a8. So that's a little bit of a mirror to AlphaZero's queen h1. Really, it's an astonishing move, defensive move. This one. I mean, AlphaZero's queen h1 was attacking, but that one of Stockfish is just as good, I have to say. Wow, what a move, queen a8. Amazing game, actually. Igel Stockfish, well worth seeing. Really, full credit to the guy who's been programming Igel, because it plays some really nice chess in the in Div P, and really gave some engines a run for their money. And well, I mean, you really hope to see it again in the next Div Ps. So yeah, okay, this is a2 was actually winning due to the move I didn't see, knight h6, or rather I saw it a move too late. So black plays king d8 here. Nice and safe. And actually, what's the idea? Queen a8 check. You just go king c7 here, and you're getting your king, the good side of the knight, really, away from the knight on g4 and the rook on h8. And the key point is that you can take like this, but then we go queen g4. And we're back. That explains it all. We're back into I think a PV that we saw before, and rook f8, knight f8, queen f8 check. It's just going to be a draw. Yeah, I mean, black's always going to have perpetual, or if white's incautious, a very fast f pawn. So yeah, that's not going to work at all. Let's have a look. How far have we got in this line? King d8 has been played. Leela thinking for 3 minutes. 104 million nodes. Incredible. So Stockfish on 000, Leela on 003. So yeah, the TCC draw rule kicks in when I think you're between minus 0.15 and 0.15 for 10 moves consecutively, but no pawns are moved and there are no captures. And of course, what we're going to have here is we're going to have yeah, captures, really. Queen a8 takes a3, or queen takes f4, or whatever. So yeah, both engines within the draw zone, evaluation draw zone, but because pieces are going to be captured, yeah, we're still going to have a little bit more of this game. I mean, essentially now with the king on c7, black's really completely safe. I mean, there's not it would, just going to take way too long for white to get its pieces across to attack on the queen side now, and then we're going to have a big pawn on a2 as well. So what is Leela going for? What is Leela's PV? Stockfish wants a draw by repetition. Leela wants to go for, is that going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Always 7 man for table bases. Never, ever 6 man. So that's basically what Leela's expecting. Stockfish would be expecting a draw by repetition there. So going to be quite striking, I think, actually, if we look at the time. You just see Leela just with big peaks of time there. Just played the opening phase very, very quickly. Let me just maybe just scroll down a little bit there. So played the opening phase very, very quickly, and then had a number of huge things. Whereas actually Stockfish's time here very, very even, very impressive. That's yeah, wow. Yeah, it's I mean, to be honest, looking at that, I would have thought that maybe both engines could have maybe profitably spent a little bit more time in the opening, maybe, but because they really got right into the complications with a lot of time on the clock. But okay, I mean, Leela spent a lot of time on this very complicated position here, trying to force a win. Didn't manage, but no, it wasn't bad at all. Certainly, I mean, neither engine has been in time trouble, so you can't really complain about it, I think. Yeah, quite interesting to look at the eval curve as well. So Black started quite high, but came down very quickly and then just kept on going down. And Leela, yeah, took a little while longer to realise that this advantage was dissipating. Which yeah, it's always it's one of those things. This what was the evaluation on move out of book? It was something like 0.42, 0.43, and it's yeah. I mean, in general, you want the evaluation normally to be about higher than 0.35. To be sure that Leela thinks it's got real winning chances, but yeah, 0.42. It can be a 0.42 that's leading to more, or it can be a 0.42 that just sort of never gets more than that and just gradually fades away. It's difficult to know. I don't know. In this case, it's an open Sicilian. I mean, anything can happen really. So, I think it's kind of fair enough, this opening selection, but yeah, quite striking really how quickly Stockfish decided that there was no problem and how quickly it got to equality there. Yeah, because it just was not at all obvious looking at the position. It's so we're going to see. Looks like Leela is we're going to get general exchanges, and then maybe we're going to get to have our draw there. Well, a good result for both engines, I guess, getting half a point on the board. Both have played very well. So, yeah, intrigued what happens with white. Intrigued how Stockfish is going to play. Because when I tested Stockfish, that was last time was back in... just trying to have a think. Which version of Stockfish was it that I was trying at the time? That's how I tell. Yeah, that's March 2021. So that was Stockfish from 4 months ago. So quite intrigued to see whether whether a newer version of Stockfish finds new stuff or has a different evaluation, that sort of thing. It's I mean, obviously from that point of view, that's always the very uncertain thing about trying to create a Sufi book, because yeah, I mean, we get it ready. Well, this one we got ready in June, I guess, May, June, sometime around there. But if you look at the number of Leela nets there have been since then, and Stockfish patches, then yeah, I mean, it's almost like a completely different engine. So yeah, it is very hard to guess. Oh, is this going to be an interesting game or not? But anyway, I mean, the nice thing about it is that I think Leela and Stockfish are still different enough to be able to produce interesting games, from pretty much any situation. And then, well, then I suppose the the thing that the only thing that you really want is that is you get a completely different game each time, you know, and that's always the thing that you can't be 100% certain. Oh, my PC where I've checked the stream has lost internet connection. The wireless network is called Stoveface, so yeah, you can tell I'm keen on the TCEC. So let's have a look. It's we'll see whether that comes back or not, because it would be nice to answer some things in the chat on the YouTube chat, but I seem to have lost my internet connection there. Okay, Rook F8, looking good. Knight takes F8. Leela being contrary, doesn't want to say 0-0-0, wants to claim the edge until the end. I suppose the big question TCC wise is who is going to be the big winner for the betting. I'm not actually betting on the TCC, unfortunately. I thought that was that might maybe be interpreted as insider knowledge. So well, that's probably just saved me the opportunity to lose all my bits. I haven't been incredibly successful, it must be said, at gambling. But I wonder, did somebody bet big on a Leela win, or did they all bet on a Leela draw there? It's come on, Stockfish. No need to think. You've got 44 minutes, but it's really not necessary. We trust you. $70.6 million table base hits for Stockfish. Incredible. Oh dear. The Aberbark ending books always reminds me a little bit of of tournaments, and was great fun. Was good fun seconding in those days. It's yeah, I mean it's but it's lovely to have experienced that. I think it was really yeah, a pretty nice time to be professional. You could still you know, really rely on creativity or being inventive, you know, finding ideas, and it was really good. I really enjoyed it a lot. I was talking with Rustam Kasimjanov. He was talking about, you know, the whole process of seconding, and it sounded, you know, it really sounded like well, incredibly hard work, really. You know, finding ideas, but then, you know, working through them move by move mathematically with an engine to make sure that it was all correct in every single variation. I mean, incredible, really, absolutely incredible. So yeah, lovely days. But you know, glad to experience that. But I mean, I'm glad to be experiencing this as well. Just you know, really, really never dreamed, I think, you know, that engines could play so beautifully. I mean, I've been sort of a fan of chess computers for a very long time. You know, even when I was little, I was training with a chess computer and stuff like that, and annotating chess computer games. But I don't think I ever dreamed that you'd ever reach, you know, this sort of level where it's just beautiful, you know, and it's just really fantastic to watch, and they're fantastic games. And you know, they're not of course they're beyond your capabilities to play this way, but they're not beyond your ability to understand. You know, often once you see the moves, you say, that's the reason why. But you know, it's still chess. It's still understandable, and it's just you know, at a level of precision and inventiveness and creativity that you know, you can only dream of as a human. But it is, you know, absolutely yeah. I'm so happy to you know, to have experienced this, and to have yeah, to have been involved in engine chess. So and yeah, and you know, it appeals to me, of course, in many ways. I'm an IT professional, Yeah, you know, the IT side, I like that too, but obviously it's the chess side that's the, you know, the biggest thing for me, and that's just fantastic. So now we get heading towards the last things. Now what we really want, we've got 7 plies, and what we really want, we really don't want a pawn to be moved. Unfortunately, Stockfish is looking to play c4 pretty soon, and then c5. So Stockfish isn't giving this one up just like that. It's going to keep on going. It's but okay, we will get a draw pretty soon there. King d8, queen d5. Yeah, let's have a little look at the PVs. We'll just have a little go. Oh, good lord, clicking on the wrong thing. So tempting, that screen. Yeah, I mean, this one's really not very, this PV of is this Leela? Yeah, PV of Leela's is not very convincing at all. I mean, chasing the king towards the pawn is not going to do very much, really. So that's cool, that's what we want. Stockfish's is a little bit more more interesting there because, well, it's sort of keeping the king away from the pawn and then just pushing the c pawn. But of course, you know, I mean, there's just no way that you're ever going to be able to do anything there. You just get the queen onto e3, push the f pawn, and then white's got to give perpetual. So now, have I managed to connect to the internet here? Not really, it seems. So my Stockfish wireless network is playing up. Who would have thought? How about my... Oh no, my Stockfish wireless network is asking for a key. It's... You are hearing correctly. It is... I have called all my wireless networks after all the engines of the TCEC. Hey, okay. Hi, yeah, sorry, I've been out of the chat for a while there. Just just lost internet connection there. Sorry about that, everyone. It's Da-da-da. Come on, Stockfish. We want you to find the clear way to a draw. Wasn't there supposed to be a patch where Stockfish wouldn't spend all of its time in dead drawn positions? I'm just wondering about that. Wasn't that true? I hope it's true. It would be a little bit of a shame if both engines spent all of their time now. Yeah, I mean, this is an ending that even for humans would be reasonably trivial to draw, of course. So just with the queen giving perpetual and then pushing the f pawn, nice and easy. I mean, let's go, whilst we're waiting for this to finish, let's go, just go back a little bit maybe. Just wondering, I mean, you know, one of the interesting points in the game was this move knight g8, and I'm really struggling to understand why Stockfish, you know, gave itself 0.64 in this position. Maybe just have a quick look. How about if we play the move f4? How is that looking? I was sort of wondering what was Black actually planning to do here. Was Black actually just planning to play the move knight b4? That was possibly Black's idea. I mean, we're threatening a5 to a4, of course, and knight a5 allows this trick knight a2 with mate on b7. So, or mate on b2 rather. So maybe this was actually black's big threat. Which then makes you kind of wonder, really, you know, if that was a big threat, then after g takes h6, was knight b4 possible? I'm always in favour of of not playing defensive moves. Well, this have been an interesting line. I must say, you know, knight a5, knight a2 check. This is always the win, so we can't actually do this. So, what are you going to do then? What are you going to do? Knight h6, rook h6. Hey, Ariton8, thanks very much indeed. That's really nice. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the book coming out as well. Should be loads and loads of lovely, beautiful TCEC games in there. So it's now I'm really excited about it. I'm really pleased about it. I hope everyone enjoys it because yeah, I've read it a few times now, as you can imagine, and still reading it with pleasure. So let's hope that that works out well. Yeah, I don't know. HG, Bishop G7. This is looking vaguely dangerous, isn't it? Playing A4. The problem is that vaguely dangerous is never quite enough against Stockfish. I suppose we're going to play a move like Queen G3, looking at Queen D6. If Bishop E5, we'll go F4. I suppose. I mean, yeah. The problem is that if you create too much damage on your king side like this, at some stage White will just do something like this, you know, like we've seen before, and then just run away basically, and then just claim that you've just weakened your king side so badly that this is huge compensation. And maybe not quite in this way, but I think that's probably the thing. But yeah, this knight b4, definitely that was a threat. So g takes h6, yeah, and then bishop e3. So I'm sort of wondering, you know, why not knight b4 here actually? Why didn't we do this? Why didn't we just go for this attack with knight b4 and then a4? Just check to see what's happening. That's absolutely right, Canchess. A huge chapter on scams. Absolutely. Yep. But it's true, yeah, there are loads of TCC games in there. So, yeah, all the best ones. So, yeah, no, I think it should be absolutely lovely. I mean, it's... I mean, just in general, I mean, the book's got two ideas really. I mean, we've got first of all, it's how to use engines to train. So you know, got quite a few ideas about how to do that and using engines well. And then the other thing is learning from the way engines play. And for that, we've got you know, just got lots and lots of games from the TCC. And now I think that the beautiful thing about it is that. And I, you know, just hope I can get this across really, is that you know, just the TCC games, they're an absolute treasure trove of wonderful games, and but very few people really know them, you know. So you've just got these, you know, incredible sacrifices, you know, Stockfish, Ali Stein, Leela-Stockfish, Stockfish Leela, all these amazing games, incredible sacrifices, you know, amazing stuff, and nobody's ever seen them really. And you know, and just you know, just seeing them for the first time, it is just like a treasure trove. So hopefully that's gonna, you know, get that across, and just gonna, you know, really make people enthusiastic to yeah, to look, you know, more at TCC games, and yeah, you know, download some of the seasons and play through the games, because I mean, really, you know, and I really, you know, mean this absolutely seriously, that you look at the recent seasons, and you know, Now even I think this last season was the best ever. I mean, League One was incredible. It was really good chess in there. Really amazing high quality chess in there, and it just every year the level just increases and the level 2 gets stronger and level 3, so League 2, League 3, so yeah, it's really incredible, just really wonderful to wonderful things. So yeah, that's what I've written the book about, and yeah, hope it's hope people enjoy it and really get to know all these wonderful games. It's must be said, that I spend so much time analysing these games that I mean, if you asked me to name a Carlsen Nakamura game or something like that, I probably couldn't, but I could definitely tell you Ali Stein, Stockfish, and all those sorts of things. So they're my new best friends. Okay, Queen B4 check. Oh, there could be a nice long sequence of checks here. Just 2-ply away from a draw. Ooh, phenomenal, fantastic. We are going to see Stockfish as white taking on Leela. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Yeah, Chess24 did that coverage on TCC. It was quite nice, really, with Geary and Peter Heine Nielsen. I think Jan looked a little bit less enthusiastic somehow, but yeah, Peter Heine's a big engine fan, and yeah, Anish has really got into it somehow. Well, I think Anish is a really just a clever guy, really, and he knows that engines hold the key, really, to success in the modern professional game. So he wants to know as much about them, or to have a good level of understanding somehow about them, to play, to get the most out of them. It's more of a professional interest somehow, I think, only just getting the most out of it so that he can play his best chess. Yeah, I mean, I'm more here just for the great chess and for the fun, really. But well, I'm not a professional, so that's probably the reason why. Yeah, no, I think that's right. Mr. B DZZ. That's yeah. I think a lot of people here, just love the games, and I have to say, I do think the TCC is a really friendly place as well. Always enjoy the chat and everything. So yeah, good place. 250,000 on a Stockfish win, says FS is a god. Well, big money. So the high flyers are gonna. Yeah, I mean, this could. Is it maybe a bit early to put all the money on to put that much on wins? You want to. There are 100 games after all. You don't want to lose it all on the first on the first few games. It's come on, Leela. 1 ply to a draw, and I think Leela's going to give a check. It's a 250,000 match on Leela hold from Mr. BDZZ. Ah, the big guns, they're fighting straight away. With insider info, no, I wouldn't feel confident of predicting any result. If you're thinking of following my betting tips, just get CanChess to bring up my betting history, and you'll see. The best bet, really the biggest bet that I ever won, was because I put it on the wrong bet by accident. So yeah, no, I don't think that's a good idea. Ah, Carlos, programming my own engine. Ah, no, I'm not that sort of IT guy. I'm a solution architect, which basically means I sort of design things and tell other people to do stuff. So never been a programmer. My brother was a programmer for a long time. So I wish I had his skills, but no, that But I don't think that that being a good chess player is really uh, anything necessary at all for creating a great engine. You know, it's always I think I mean there's only really Larry Kaufman, right, who's I think who's a strong player who's really involved in engines. Well, Hans Berliner as well was pretty strong, of course. So and he was involved with chess engines as well. But I mean generally I think I can't think when the last time really was that strong chess players, grandmasters, were involved in really molding an engine. Apart from Komodo, maybe Deep Blue. Was the last time that really happened. Okay, yeah, it was a nice game, wasn't it? Thanks very much, Dragon Mist. So let's hope that we get a slightly different game this second game. It's well, with my test games, I thought we would, but yeah, you never know. You never know. So fingers crossed. It's 438,000. Wow, that was quite a big amount of gambling on that first game. So. Right. So yeah, I mean, so I got this opening from a book by Zdenko Kozul, and I think it's Alexa Yankovic, yeah, I mean this is an opening that Zdenko Kozul, he's a Croatian grandmaster, very strong player, creative, a little bit up and down, but very dangerous, and basically can beat anyone on his day. A little bit sort of Jabava style, Krasenkov style, that sort of player. And but Ivan Sokolov told me that this opening was known as something like Kozul's Lament or something, because he kept on playing it all the time, and he lost many difficult games with it. But he kept on playing it all the time. But in actual fact, I mean, he's played hundreds of games in this line, and I think he's got an average performance of about 25, 50, 60. Which with black, that's pretty good, really. And some very good wins. Obviously, some bad losses as well, but some very good wins. I mean, what was quite interesting about it was analysing the lines with the engines, and yeah, I mean, found a number of quite severe responses to some of the lines he suggests in that book. But yeah, just in general, the engines were very, very pessimistic about the whole line. It was, I mean, Stockfish was sort of plus 1.2, just basic, and then moving higher. And but I mean, yeah, Kozul was sort of saying, well, we often get these opposite coloured bishop positions, and the engines are always assessing them very high, but actually black's drawing them very easily, that sort of thing. So there was quite a lot of specific human knowledge in there as well. So yeah, it was an interesting book to read, and that's the most that's always what I go for with these with the books. Really, it doesn't really matter, whether everything's perfect or whether it's whether everything's flawless. It's is it an interesting read? Is it thought provoking in some way? And then yeah, that's if it's like that, then I generally tend to review them and put a review in. But it's yeah, and I'm expecting A3 from Stockfish here. It's only I think Stoveplace played Bishop F2 here, which was really meek. And it just ended. I think black just played b4 and d5 and had already equalised somehow. It was really strange. Oh, good lord, we're still waiting for SF is a God's bet. Oh my goodness me! It's I must is what I don't understand what's happening there. Let's have a look. I might just stop the stream then and then start it again if people are having problems. Just give me, sorry, just trying to sort this out. Just checking. Are we back? Yeah, we're back. Looks like. Strange, really strange. Yeah, really apologise, everyone. Where I'm actually, yeah, I'm looking at the stream on different internet, but the internet where I'm on is, yeah, it's super fast, dedicated internet, so should really be doing fine. And I've got internet the whole way, so I'm not quite sure what's happening with the streaming there, but well, let's just keep on carrying on. Hope it all works. So 1.38 for Stockfish. Yeah, pretty substantial evaluation there. Yeah, okay. So Queen B8 is what we're expecting. Yeah, B4 was played by Stockfish, but oh, actually, wait a minute. Leela is looking at B4 as well. My goodness me. Is Leela going to play the Stockfish move of 12 B4? I can barely believe it, actually. I will say that I thought this was really bad. I thought this was a really bad idea, this B4. My goodness. Wow. This is... I think now we need Leela fans to start praying here now, I think. This is... I'm really sure B4 is not very good at all. This Stockfish plan, B4, AB, Queen B8, and then F4. It looked really, really strong against Stockfish in my engine games and on my hardware. But still, you know, it looked so powerful. I can't imagine that even 10 times powerful hardware would help. But I think if Leela's got 20.6 million nodes already on B4, it's not likely to change, really, is it? It's not really likely to change. 96 people watching. Fantastic. Wow. It's let me just I'll show you this Stockfish game, actually, because it's quite interesting then, quite relevant all of a sudden. So B4 was played. A takes B4, Queen B8, which you think, you know, would transpose if White plays Bishop E2 or H4, but Stockfish played F4 here. Oh, and look at Stockfish's PV. Look at Stockfish's PV. It's going to go F4. My goodness me. Oh, is the prediction still open? Well, yeah. I'm fearing for the black player here. My goodness, look at those bets coming in. Ah, now SF is a god. Now putting the 250,000 on. Well, there we are. It's yeah, I do think that it's a strange move. It must be said, you know, and I think it is actually a bad move. I mean, the game against Stockfish went knight takes, bishop g1, queen takes b4. Now I'm a little bit, I'm slightly confused, or I can't actually tell you why didn't White go h3 immediately. I didn't look at it that deeply, but it does. Even that doesn't look too bad. I mean, I seem to be picking up this knight somehow. But Stockfish went knight b3, and then. Yeah, I mean, we're looking for h3 now. So Stockfish played h5, and we got h3, knight h6, and I mean these knights. Well, this knight in particular is really miserable. And then the game continued. It went bishop d4, a5, and then e5, just breaking the center here. Knight d5, knight takes. Oh no, sorry, knight d5, bishop g2, a4, and then knight d5, takes, ed, and bishop d5. And this was a really unpleasant ending for Stockfish in my engine games. You know, because yeah, Yeah, I mean, the white's beautifully centralized, plays c4, knight e4. Really difficult for black to get free, you know, and Stockfish won it quite convincingly. So I'm really, oh good, sorry, I haven't put it on the board. Sorry. There we are. Yeah, so let me just play that again. That's f4, knight eg4, bishop g1, queen b4, knight b3, h5, h3, bishop d4, a5, e5, bishop g2, a4, knight takes d5, takes and takes here, which is a big advantage for white. I mean, Stockfish actually gave itself +2 in this position, you know, which worrying to be honest. But okay, I'm amazed. I'm really amazed actually. I would never have thought that that Leela would play Stockfish's move, to be honest. But yeah. Well, okay, we're gonna have to see some good defending, but actually you can more or less see. Yeah, I mean certainly the Stockfish's PV is all the way up to yeah, bishop d4, and here Stockfish played a5, and Stockfish is looking at bishop e7, rook g1, a5, rook takes g7, a4, knight b5, again going for some sort of ending, which is yeah, I mean again looks very pleasant for white somehow. Yeah, I mean so yeah, I mean really really very worrying this. Interesting. I wouldn't have expected. I mean, I never expected that that when I was doing a sort of a well, I call it my insanity check with Stockfish, that the variations that it plays would actually come on the board with Leela. That's really really quite surprising, I have to say. So, but okay. I mean, at least very happy actually, because you know at least we're getting you know two completely different games here, which is really nice, and also the idea. But I you know didn't predict this one because I can't even, yeah, I don't know. Can't remember seeing it even in really in Leela's PV for my games. 1.7 million channel points in, my goodness me, wow. Oh, but look at Leela, 0.88 evaluation in the opening, already on move 14. This is really bad. This is really not good. Yeah. All right. Well, let's just get down and start having a look at the variation. Oh, I mean, yeah, it's. I've got. I don't want either engine to do badly, really, to be honest. But I am very happy that we're getting different games, you know, because that's. Well, that's my biggest worry of all this, of the whole Sufi, is that you know, make sure that that the white and the black games are completely different. You know, that's and so yeah, okay. So Queen b4. So why not h3? Let's start with that. Why wouldn't we want to play h3 and pick up the knight? I mean, I suppose e5 is maybe. Well, that looks like the most obvious move. I mean, is there anything else? I mean, I've already missed one huge tactic analysing, but I can't really think of anything else. Did Leela play b4? No, Leela didn't play b4 in my test games, but yeah, I mean, the point is, of course, that well, first of all, I don't have TCEC hardware, so my hardware's I mean, it's decent, right? I've got a 10-core i9, so I can get I put 18 threads for Stockfish on that, and they're fast. They're really fast i9s, and I've got an RTX 2080 NVIDIA for Leela. So it's decent, it's decent hardware. But I mean, basically, I'm running, at the very least 10 times slower in terms of nodes per second, and of course, in terms of hash, I've got nowhere near anything like TCEC. So I mean, from that point of view, it's kind of hard to to be sure about what the engines are really going to play. And of course, when we're doing this book, it's several months before, before the Sufi. So I mean, loads of things change. I mean, these Stockfish guys, they're just ridiculous. Simply, bringing out patches sometimes 5 or 6 in a day. So yeah, I mean, it's just very difficult to be really sure. I mean, I do try and play long play games, so 90 plus 5, or usually for Komodo against Stockfish, I do 240 plus 30. I mean, just I mean, you really try and get a good sense of what's in the position, what sort of possibilities are there, and I try it against many different engines, so just to try and get a feel for it. But B4, no, I hadn't seen from Leela in my games. It was all Queen B8, so yeah, and I can't remember seeing B4 as one of its main moves in the PV. I mean, I might be forgetting, but that doesn't really, when I saw Stoveface playing B4, I thought, ha, typical Stoveface, lunatic, but hadn't expected Leela to do it. That's but H3, sorry, I'm blithering and talking, but I'm not getting on to H3 here. So I mean, if I go E5, I mean, to be honest, even HG starts feeling slightly scary. So I'm not really penetrating to the right. I mean, I can go Rook B8 as well, but then I just go Knight B3, and that is not achieving anything at all. So why on earth? Why wouldn't I go H3? Is there some clever way of giving up the piece somehow? That. I mean, this is the sort of thing where there might be some clever way of doing something, and this is what Leela saw, and so it thought, I can do this. I mean, it might be that you can go E5, and if Knight B3, that you can go A5, and then a quick A4, A3. But even that feels super speculative, really. I mean, I'm only claiming it because I'm desperate, really. Oh, all right, let's humiliate ourselves. Well. Okay. That's what he wants to do. I should have seen that, really. That's not so difficult. Knight B3, and then knight takes E4 is the clever idea. And if takes... now, I know why I didn't... I know why I... Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. I mean, I'd rejected anything like this because of Bishop G2, but actually we go Queen C4 then. This is what I'd missed. HG, and then Rook takes B3 with the pin. Oh, yeah. Again, should be possible for me to see this, but yeah. Well, I didn't. So, Queen C6, Knight D7. Yeah, this is what... this is what Stockfish is giving, which, to be honest, is quite a fun line. Wow, I mean, is this just not winning for white? I mean, it looks incredible. But Stockfish feels that we can defend here with Queen D4, Queen D8. Queen A7, we've got Queen C7. Queen A4 check, we go King E7. Yeah, this is the line that Stockfish is giving. Takes and takes. Okay. Wow. I mean, obviously, even that is really very scary already, right? So, I mean, would Leela have maybe Leela? It's the sort of thing, that yeah. But I don't know. I mean, Leela's main move was 14 Knight A2. So, yeah, I don't know. I just think this is probably maybe Leela not understanding the position particularly well, maybe. Bishop G1, Queen takes B4. I was expecting Knight B3, which is the main move, really. So, yeah, I mean, understands it now, but yeah. Yeah, it's a bit too late, I'm afraid. So okay, so okay, h3 we've understood. I mean, this is real. Well, it's so fraught, really, but okay, that does survive. So we go knight b3. The idea being then that if knight e4, then we just really do have bishop g2. So knight b3, and now we get playing h5, just to give the knight some room there to come back to h6. I'm just, yeah, I mean, I'm wondering slightly. I mean, you could go something maybe like, you could try rook b8, maybe, you know, just to try and transpose with h3, knight takes e4. But I'm guessing that after rook b8, we just go e5, probably. And if takes, are we going something like h3, maybe? Could be, could be. I mean, I suppose we could even just go bishop d3. I mean, that's also, and then just pick up the yeah, after h5 you go h3 anyway. But I mean, I really feel we should be having something decisive here, really. I mean, that's this looks so risky. I mean, there's even ideas like, you know, bishop c5 and stuff like that with this bishop on d7, but somehow I don't, yeah, I don't quite see how that's going to lead to a win. But maybe, I don't know, maybe this is just good actually. Takes h3. If you go bishop c6, maybe I just go bishop g2. Takes, and then I'm going to come into c6 check. So yeah, I mean, it really looks so ropey there. It really does. Let's have a look. What have we got happening here? So queen takes b4 from Leela, and now knight b3. Now, going to be quite interested, really. I mean, if you look at Stockfish's PV, it is actually looking at something reasonably similar to what happened with Stockfish, actually. So, you know, an a5 to a4 push and an exchange of queens. And if you look at what Leela's doing, if you look at what Leela's doing now, Leela is actually going right into to this game that I played between Stockfish and Stockfish. So yeah, and then it's looking at this move knight c4, whereas I think Stockfish took on d5 in my game. But it's really yeah, I mean, it's really looking quite quite worrying there. Oh, sorry, this is Stockfish's yeah, PV here. Sorry, I'm getting them mixed up. But I mean, 2.15 from Stockfish. That's really huge, really huge. And obviously 1.08 is yeah. Yeah, Dragomista. Yeah, h3 is there's h3. We can go yeah, rook b8 and knight e4. So let me just put that again on the screen, because yeah, just for those who might have missed that one. So h3, we go rook b8, knight b3, and knight takes e4 here, which is unbelievably fraught. The key point is bishop g2, queen c4, and then hg, rook b3. Really very fraught. Stockfish's main line is knight c5, queen h1, sorry, queen c6, knight d7, king d7, hg, queen h1, bishop g2, which I sort of thought was going to be winning for white, but apparently with some desperate last-ditch defense, then you know, black manages to sort of hold it. But I mean, it's already, you know, this is absolutely edge of your seat stuff already. So, you know, I mean, yeah, I don't know. If this was Leela's line, then yeah, I mean, you're not surprised that there's problems arising there, really. So knight b3 is just safer, and we're just going to play h3 next move. I'm just going to have my can of Coke. I never ever drink Coke, only when I'm playing chess, or commentating, so it looks like. So I don't know what the temperature is for you, but in the UK it's unbelievable. It's really tropical temperatures here at the moment. Right. Okay, so let's have a look. We're going to try and find a way out here for Leela. So, I mean, obviously h3 is the big threat. I mean, what if we just try a5? How would that be? Just trying to Leela has played h5 actually, so that's maybe less interesting. h5. Yeah, and then h3, knight h6, and I have to say I do like this move very much. This next move of Stockfish's, which is bishop d4. I mean, what does that move do? Well, it's got loads of points really. I mean, it's blocking the attack of the queen on the pawn on e4. It's pointing towards g7, and it's also helping to cover b2. There's going to be lots of if black really goes for it, there's always going to be a discovered knight somewhere, and then the bishop's covering b2, and then you take something on the other side. But this whole thing, this reminds me a lot of a game of Judith Poldar's actually against Nigel Short. I think we quoted it in Game Changer actually, and it was giving a g pawn away and then just putting your pieces in the center and then starting to hit on the g file. It was a really powerful attacking game from Judith, and it really feels like this is going to be very, very similar. I mean, yeah, I mean this threat of e5 is really quite strong. Just yeah, I promise that the big problem is that at some stage, black gets into a dilemma. Am I supposed to be defending or am I looking for counterplay? I mean, that's the real thing, and that your counterplay looks too slow, but the prospect of defending looks really bad too. So and that's the real that's just a horrific situation to be in against a good attacking player, and Stockfish is pretty nifty when it's attacking. So yeah, so let's have a look. I mean, what moves do we have here for black? I mean, a5 to a4, that's definitely the move that you'd want to play, I think. Bishop b7 is the other idea, and bishop b7 is what Leela has gone for. So let's try and understand what is happening, because Stockfish is saying rook g1, and then it doesn't feel that black is going to defend the g7 pawn. Well, let's have a look why. So yeah, I mean, castles looks suicidal and is suicidal actually, because I mean at the very least we've got simply e5 here, after which there are going to be some problems, because we're going to, I mean, if you go de, I go fe, and I've got queen h6 coming in here, and if you go something like knight d5, then I just got e takes d6, and I'm opening up the rook on the pawn on g7. So I mean, you just can't castle kingside. Yeah, if we go king f8, I mean, that probably does look something like the most reasonable move in a way. Then we've got the problem is that there's a few nasty things lining up, which is mainly to do with e5, because I do think that probably after something like d takes e5, we've got queen g2 hitting g7 and a8 as well. So that is absolutely appalling. So yeah, I mean, rook g8 is possible, but I mean, we've got something, we've got stuff happening in the centre here, and you know, you've got your rook on g8. It's you can't castle kingside anymore. So how are you ever going to get this rook into play? You know, it's really that is really not good at all. So I think giving up this pawn, the line that Stockfish is expecting, is probably the best there. And then I think Stockfish was recommending this move a5. Just checking to see whether, yes, Stockfish has played rook g1. My goodness, his evaluation keeps on increasing there. Rook takes g7 and then a4. Yeah, I mean, Black's giving back a pawn and you know, hoping for counterplay. But there's a big, a very important resource here for White. But it's there, and so that just means everything works. And that's just to go knight b5. So opening a line on the queen, and after queen d2, knight takes d2, you're well, you're perfectly safe. And yeah, I mean, what have you got? I mean, the problem is it doesn't look so bad. I mean, you know, you've got you're not anything down. The problem is that all this is really weak, and the c7 square as well. So, I mean, I don't know, you go king f8, maybe I just go back to g3 or something. And I've got ideas like knight takes d6, you know, rook coming over to c3 to c7. It's just a really unpleasant ending, really. And again, it's the sort of thing that you say, oh, well, you know, maybe I've got sort of survival chances against a human, but you're playing Stockfish. You know, it's just not the same. It's just you know, it's more or less resignable, really. I mean, against Stockfish. So yeah, very, very tough. I mean, quite a big PV agreement there. I mean, with bishop e7, by the way, we've left the Stockfish game. So Stockfish played a5 instead of bishop e7. So yeah, I mean, now it's just a question of trying to survive. Yeah, I mean, I've learned a lot about Leela and Stockfish, you know, by preparing these openings. And the one thing that you really do notice about Leela is that if it's going to defend successfully, you know, these very, very difficult positions, often find stuff like, you know, opposite coloured bishop endings, which turn out to be miraculously drawn, even though you're 2 pawns down. You know, it's you know, those are the sort of things that that Leela finds. But I mean, certainly if you have a look at the position in the PVs and the position that we're looking at here, it's just not really the sort of position where you manage that, really. Or if you do get to opposite coloured bishop endings, White will have passed pawns on both sides. You know, so yeah, it isn't that sort of position really that you can defend in that way. And yeah, I mean, I think this is just very, very difficult. So let's have a look. Just have a quick look what the main PV is. So a5, rook g7, knight e2. Okay, so what is Leela looking at? Leela's looking at some interesting play there. So Leela is looking at playing a3 in this position. Wow. Okay. Well, that's quite nice and cheeky, really. If knight c7, then we've got this move king f8, attacking the rook on g7. So knight a8, king g7, and well, things have probably improved there. We'll exchange off the a pawns, and well, that's one big weakness that's disappeared. So after a3, what are you going to do? Knight a3 or ba3, I suppose. Knight a3 would probably be my would that be my natural? Probably. Just keeping it all together. You've got an extra pawn, and your structure is safe. We've also got the idea of b takes a3, when we still got the threat against knight c7, and also the threat against the pawn on d6. And then is that really? Was this what Leela was looking at? A3, knight takes A3 and D5. Yeah, if I go B takes A3, how is that working? Well, probably not so, it's probably just not so impressive. I probably just take on there, takes, and then go King F8. And then afterwards I've got Rook takes A3. Yeah, I mean, that would be quite quite nice and safe, really. So, so probably after A3, we do take with a knight on A3. And then I think Leela's looking at D5. Now, this is interesting. The only slight problem with the whole concept, I suppose, is that well, I don't think that White's going to be playing E4 to E5 and blocking this bishop. I think White's going to be leaving this diagonal open, and then this knight on F6 is extremely exposed. And what Black would really want is for this to happen, and then you can get your knight into F5 later, you know, which is actually maybe even immediately, right? I mean, knight F5 takes and bishop A3 maybe, and then we're also attacking this bishop on D4. So, but after D5, this really has the feeling of impending disaster somehow. But it's, you know, it's not going to be ridiculous. But this does have the feeling of just that it's just not going to work simply. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, bishop G2, for example, feels like a very reasonable move. I mean, D takes E4, I'm just taking back on E4. I mean, if you take on A3, I just take back and F6 is weak. So you can't do that. So I'm just sort of wondering what on earth would the idea be there? Hard to say. Is Leela still... Rook G1 has been played, and Leela is thinking 6 minutes already. 1.51. Evaluation 1.52. Yeah. Now we always say that that Leela's weak, or weaker tactically than Stockfish, but obviously do bear in mind that's still eons stronger than me. So I mean, obviously the most likely thing is that I'm just missing stuff here, but this does look quite nasty for Black here. I mean, what's my threat? I mean, I'm really just... I mean, the other idea I could play is to go bishop d3, which is also not stupid at all, because then I can really play a move like e4 to e5 if I want to at some stage, and knight f5 will be met by bishop f5. So, I mean, this is also, looks very, very good indeed. I suppose maybe in this case, are we going for something like bishop c6? Maybe this is the idea. Obviously, if you go e5, knight d7, I guess that Black's claiming... Is Black claiming that this is an improvement? Because you managed to close the centre, and you might get some stuff with knight c5 or whatever. I mean, it might be an improvement, but it still looks awful. I mean, it really does, but might well be. And I suppose if I go e takes d5, you'll go bishop takes d5, and just yeah, again, I mean, I'm just looking at it and just thinking, yeah, but I'm just well, maybe not king c2 actually, but I'm just a pawn up for not very much. I mean, knight b5 even, for example. I'm just looking so good there. And still, all these pieces are still completely gummed up, and it's not clear at all how they're going to get active. So, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it just looks really... every angle you look at it, it just looks really bad. Yeah, this, that really does feel like defensive desperation there from Leela. Okay, a5 played, so rook g7 is what we're expecting. Yeah, and then Leela's going to try and mixing up in the ending. I think that's the basic idea. A5, A4, A3, and yeah, not just going to try and survive, but just going to try and mix things up. It's yeah, that's funny somehow. I mean, I find yeah, b4 is a really strange, yeah, really strange move from Leela there. It's find it hard to explain really, you know, because I mean, most of the lines transpose. You know, it's just queen to b8 and b4. You know, it just transposes into lots of the lines, and it's hard to find, you know, an advantage to playing b4 earlier. You know, it's not like after queen b8 that white's going to play knight a2 and stop you. I mean, just going back to this position, I mean, when you go queen b8, I mean, you know, white's not going to play knight a2 to stop you playing b4. That's just an awful move. So you really do wonder why, what was attractive in playing b4 early. Because the only thing you're doing is giving yourself more to calculate. You know, I mean, it's yeah, you know, just from that point of view, it's just a really strange move. Unless, yeah, I mean, unless Leela was, you know, was already desperate. But I mean, Leela's evaluation as white was only 0.42, so you wouldn't have thought that Leela was going into full desperation mode already. I mean, you know, it's something that you see with neural nets, and you definitely saw it with AlphaZero. You know, that if the evaluation was low enough out of the opening, it was, you know, sacrificing just pawns, you know, just to create play. And sometimes it was brilliant, and sometimes it you know, it didn't really seem to make much sense. But it was that reaction to being worse. But this is really, you know, for an evaluation of 0.42 in the opening, it doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like that was necessary. So it's just really strange. I'm just guessing that, you know, that Leela thought more or less that it didn't really matter the move order in which you played, but yeah, it obviously yeah, I mean, it obviously really does matter, and yeah, and the Stockfish exploited this perfectly. But yeah, strange, really strange, just that Leela went in for that. As I said, yeah, completely unexpected for me. So a4, and now knight b5 from Stockfish. Just going to swap off the queens, and then yeah, just a lot of targets to aim for. Yeah, I mean, you know, if you're looking at why is it so bad, I mean, yeah, you can very easily ask that question, because you know, after all, the material is equal, the queens are off, you know, how bad can it be? I mean, there's several things. There's lots of dynamic things, first of all. I mean, there's threats all over the place, you know, knight c7 check, knight d6 check, and bishop f6 as well. You know, there's a very weak pawn here on a half-open d file. I've got a rook on d1, and I've got a knight on c4 that can attack it. So there's, you know, the likelihood that this pawn is going to be a big target is very large. The other huge thing really is the bishop on d4, which is just creating very unpleasant pressure on the knight on f6, which doesn't have any real square it can go to. And well, when you put that together with the other knight on h6, which can't move to f5 or g4, can only go back to g8, you just realize that those two black pieces, the two knights on f6 and h6, they're really bad. I mean, they're just yeah, I mean, they're really the worst pieces on the board. And then you have a look at, you know, what can black do to get at white's position. And white's position, yeah, there's no you know, concerted pressure on the white position at all. You know, just how are you going to achieve anything? From that point of view, Leela's a3 is not silly. I mean, it's trying to create some pressure. You bring you sacrifice this a pawn with a3. You sacrifice this a pawn with a3, and then knight takes a3, and well, at least you've got an open a file for your rook now, and maybe this knight can be a target, and it's not threatening knight c7 anymore. The only point is, what do you have after that in order to generate some more play, or to, the white pieces take a step back, but what have you got to stop them coming right back at you? And well, that's just really, that's just very, very unclear. And yeah, and a move like d5 that Leela seems to be planning. Yeah, I mean, once you start opening the center, it's this piece, pieces like this bishop on d4 that are going to get really, really strong. So yeah, this is going to be interesting. I mean, Leela's a good defender. We saw that in Div P. Actually, that was very impressive result, really. Just having a look at Treble Dawson. Why is h4 drawish when queen b8 first, but b4 first? Yeah, I mean, the problem with playing that's a very good question. The problem with playing b4 so early is that after f4 you don't have the opportunity to play the knight to c4. I think this is quite a significant difference here. Whereas here you're absolutely forced to put your knight offside. Then you're forced to take this pawn. And before you know it, you're into desperate tactics in order to save this knight on g4. I think just playing queen b8. I mean, you've always got. I mean, to be honest, after queen b8, f4 is not a stupid move either. But at the very least, you've always got the back out knight c4 as well. You still got this b pawn giving you a square on c4 for the knight. But I mean, f4 in this position is not stupid at all. That was one of the thoughts I had whilst I was reading Kozl's book, actually. But yeah, it's just not having this foothold on c4 is the real problem. Okay, a3. Took Stockfish by surprise there, so that's quite interesting. Interesting. So Stockfish looking at b takes a3. Yeah, I guess Stockfish is going for the sharp way. But that could be interesting. This could be an interesting little period of play. Just I mean, what Leela's trying to do with this move a3 is simply trying to make the position messy and and mess up white structure. Because the more messed up white structure is, after something like b takes a3, the greater the chances of hobbling to a rook and pawn ending where there are so many weak pawns that you can't actually win. That sort of thing. So I mean, wrecking the opponent's position as much as possible whilst he's taking your weaknesses. That's often a very good way of playing. So yeah, and very interesting that it's playing b takes a3. Wondering about that, because I was thinking that if we played where are we? a3. You need b4. Thank you. I was thinking that if we played b takes a3, could I even play bishop takes b5 here? Bishop b5 and king f8. Well, I could, I suppose, but it must be said that rook g3 would protect the pawn on a3, so that wouldn't be particularly amazing. It must be said. And you just notice that all the tactics just work for white. So yeah, that would not be particularly amazing. So b takes a3. Has Stockfish played that? I thought I heard a... Yeah, b takes a3. Okay. Yeah, to be honest, if I as a human player, I'd probably be happy to see that move, because that feels like a pawn that could disappear sometime. But well, obviously, if Stockfish is looking after its pawns, then that might not happen. I mean, what we'd really need to do, I would think. Well, I mean, the first thing we need to do, obviously, is to get out of this knight c7 check. So I'd assume king f8 here. And then where are we going to put the rook? I mean, g5, g3 protects the pawn on a3. g5 is quite a nice position for the rook, because, yeah, okay, it's on this line, but the chances that it really gets hit are not that great. And it's also attacking this h5 pawn, which is quite nice. I think that might be a little bit annoying. So what would black do in this position? It's tough to find a move, to be honest. I mean, ideally, black would want to play a move like rook g8. I think this would really be the move, would be the idea, and just try and somehow swap off this rook. This is a really passive rook. This is an active one. And then once you've swapped off the rook, you know, you can start trying to hold the rest of the board. But yeah, I mean, how are you ever going to force this rook to exchange itself for you? If this knight moves away, I take on h5, and you can't take on g5 because of fg. So, board, yeah, because of fg here, so rook g5, fg. So I'm not quite sure how you're going to shake that, that structure, really. And yeah, you know, I mean, then I think, you know, white can simply try and play good consolidating moves like, I don't know, king b2, for example, or bishop b2, I'm not sure which. And then, you know, we're going to go c4, and we're going to start maybe even pushing this a pawn. You know, it's just so solid all the way. But somehow, you know, black needs to work out a way to get this, but it's very tough. I mean, you need to find a square for this knight, and the only way I can think of getting a square for this knight is by playing this move d5 at some stage. So maybe that's just what you should do, right? I mean, but I mean, we can take on here, for example, e takes d5, bishop d3 or something like this. I don't know. Again, it's a very ugly ending, you know. I mean, all of these pieces, yeah. I mean, they're looking absolutely awful. But I mean, at least you've got some split pawns to aim at. You know, it's one of those things. Certainly in a human game, rapid game, you can easily miss at some stage that there's a bishop a3 check, and suddenly, you know, you're not a pawn up anymore. I mean, but I mean, I think, you know, black has to fight to get this knight active, and I think, you know, something like d5, it must be the only way to do that. Is that what's... Not yet. Nothing much has happened. ba3. Leela still thinking. But Leela looking at a d5 immediately, actually. My goodness. So, yeah, I mean, actually looking at Stockfish's PV is quite funny, really. So it's expecting d5. Takes, knight c7. It just wants to give away that a3 pawn, not even bother protecting it, and then just I mean, it's not a pawn up, but it's just claiming that all of its activity is just too much for black to handle. I mean, you know, stuff like knight d5 is coming in as well, of course. Bishop c6, bishop d3. Oh, good lord! Wait a minute. Sorry. There we are. I'm playing through this PV here. Sorry, my apologies. It's getting a bit tired. Bishop d3, rook a7, knight a6, rook a8, knight c5. I mean, it's just, you know, enormous pressure, and black just isn't getting free. So Stockfish doesn't care about that pawn on a3, he just wants the bind. And frankly, who can blame him? You know, it's this just looks so difficult for black to get free. Well, it just looks impossible. I mean, if you look at the PV here, bishop here pointing towards there, bishop on d3 pointing towards here. And I mean, if you're looking in terms of what pieces does white still have to bring into the attack, there's still a whole rook on d1. So, you know, even the king could play a role. So, yeah, this is really... yeah, this is very, very good from Stockfish. Actually, this is a very clear way of doing things. I mean, I think that's something that we can really learn from engines, although it is very hard to do it. It's that confidence in returning extra material, and then just understanding that the remaining bind is still so good. I find that very difficult. You know, always find it very difficult to really. Well, I think, you know, the big problem is always it's a question of proportionality. You know, you can see that the position after you give back the pawn is still winning, but you sort of think, well, wouldn't it be better to keep it? You know, why am I giving away one of my advantages? You know, and whereas often, you know, giving away that extra pawn actually frees your pieces and increases their activity. So it's actually, you know, just the correct way to do it. I mean, I'm really amazed all the time at the number of variations I see where engines are just giving back extra material just for a huge dynamic advantage and then converting it. And yeah, it's a difficult skill for humans, you know. I mean, it's yeah, it's but it's definitely something you've got to be aware of, you know. And I mean, in the good old Russian literature, they call it you know, transformation of advantages. And but normally that's about, you know, you convert a space advantage into a weak opponent's pawn, but really converting a material advantage into a huge dynamic advantage. I mean, that's what the engines do really, really well, and they do that way better than any human, because especially consistently, you know. So that's really something we need to yeah, we can really learn from there. But yeah, whenever it happens to me, I'm always thinking, oh yeah, okay, I could give the pawn back, but I could also be a pawn up. You know, what if I've got it wrong? What if I'm just giving my pawn back for nothing? You know, and also there's the psychological element as well, because you give back the material and your opponent says, "Ha, you must have missed that," and then he's happy. You know, whereas you have to wait until after the post-mortem to during the post-mortem to demonstrate that this was your incredible vision. You know, so yeah, no, it's a difficult skill, that one, really difficult skill. Well, B takes a3 surprised Stockfish, but it's climbed right back up to its 2.3 valuation. So yeah, I think it was just unexpected for Stockfish, but yeah, I think this is very good. And Leela spending yeah, lots of time, but kind of too late, really. I mean, I suppose here you're going to be maybe looking at the time management and wondering, really, because a3. I mean, actually, just one thing that's confusing me, I have to say, because I got used to Stockfish spending quite a long time when it was first out of opening, something like 10 or 12 minutes or something. Am I misremembering that, or because that seems to have disappeared? So it seems to be playing quite quickly out of the opening. But yeah, b4 was played, well, 5-minute think. It's not so bad, really. Yeah, what can you say? Just yeah, no, just a strange move, I guess. So yeah, Leela's still thinking, I've changed this move now. Was going to play d5, now going to play king f8 and d5. It doesn't make that much difference, really. Yeah, I mean, if Stockfish does play this the stuff in its PV, then I mean, it's really very impressive. My goodness, I mean, it's not trying to gain material or anything, just going for this just this enormous bind like this. You know, it's just yeah, I mean, what can you say? This is real yeah, ace. You know, it's kind of Stockfish doing a Leela to Leela, really. You know, just avoiding the tactics and just going for the enormous squeeze there. So yeah, very impressive indeed. Leela heading for Boomistan. Yeah, that is indeed true. Yeah, I have to say I'm surprised. I mean, I really hadn't. I mean, this is a sharp line, right? So I'd expected black to suffer a fair amount, defending this position. But I wouldn't have said I really expected. Really expected, white to win. It was possible, but it wasn't. But so clearly, that was really not expected. I thought, might be, a long, difficult game, and then maybe white wins. But this has been really, more or less finished after move 12, which is quite, quite surprising. Leela back at d5. So yeah, I mean, one of the nice things I did for whilst preparing this actually was I got into to Chessify quite a lot, and they've got some very good cloud machines, very fast cloud machines. Only thing that I'm never quite sure which version they're running, if it says Stockfish 13, is it a dev version or is it just the official version? But the hardware is really impressive, and certainly I think the high-end Stockfish servers that they have, are quite astonishing. It's so I was using those to generate the evaluations for these things, and the Leela as well is is very good. I mean, we get something like 100 kilonodes per second, so comparable to this. Again, you're not quite sure which net it is, but still, with that number of nodes, probably it doesn't matter too much. So that's been very interesting. And I was also trying it. I also did it, of course, on my own engines as well, but yeah, I wanted sort of 30,000. What was it? 30. Oh, I keep getting confused with the with numbers, but I wanted it was 30,000 million nodes for Stockfish for an evaluation, and it was something like how many nodes did I want for Leela? Still quite a few, relatively speaking. I can't remember the numbers anymore, but quite a few, relatively speaking. So it was. I think the evaluations were probably pretty good. In fact, I mean, in general, probably the evaluation you get from Leela after about 20-25 seconds is pretty much it, really. I mean, might go up a bit or down a bit, but it's never gonna change enormously unless there's suddenly some massive tactic that it spots. I think that's maybe have happened a couple of times to me, but in about 500 positions, really. So in general, when Leela starts off with 0.15, it might end up at 0.11, but it's not going to be 0.65 or something. So that's very interesting to see as well. Just in general, the the initial evaluation is normally very, very good. Which is why Leela at one node is surprisingly strong. It's that's actually one of the things in the Silicon Road, the book that I show a match that I played against Leela at one node, which is very interesting. Really very nice to see. All right. Still waiting for Leela here. Leela's 14 minutes 22 seconds on 90 million nodes. Yeah, I mean, Leela's looking at a very long variation, a very complicated variation. It's quite weird, actually. It's quite or just sometimes. I mean, really, Leela's managing to make a mess of stuff, but the e-pawn's going. But this looks very bad in principle, but somehow a mess is being created in Leela's line. And when you compare the right PV with the left PV, which is Stockfish's, yeah, I mean there's quite a difference in approach there, and surprising in a way. I mean, the right PV feels much more like a Stockfish PV than a Leela PV, but somehow here the roles seem to be getting reversed, and Stockfish is going for the huge squeeze and grind, and Leela's going for confusion somehow. So yeah. Yeah, I mean both look very good for white, but I much prefer Stockfish's way of doing it. So yeah, let's have a look at the time management. How is that looking? Yeah, I mean you see black. Yeah, just yeah. I mean, what can you say? I mean, black just spent a good amount of time, 5 minutes on yeah, just on a bad move simply. I mean, that's just very unfortunate, but just spent yeah, I mean that's decent to have a 5-minute think, but just chose a bad move, and after that it's just, I mean, but I think it's it's already, I think it's already objectively lost. I don't think there's anything you can do about it, not against Stockfish anyway, so yeah. Yeah, I don't think you can say much about that really. Just yeah, if you're going to spend time and then just don't find a good move, then yeah, not much you can do about that really. Leela still thinking. 16 minutes 58 seconds, desperately trying to calculate its way through. Yeah, I mean I think that's right. I think Mr. BD. I think. Yeah, Leela's switching between d5 and king f8 all the time. In actual fact, there's not really that much difference between them, I don't think, because in both, if you want to go d5, you'll always have to go king f8 as well. So it's a weird one, a weird one to spend so much time on, just from a from a human rational point of view. Yeah, I mean, I would have thought that yeah, the analysis trees after king f8, rook g5, d5, and d5, rook g5, king f8 are pretty similar, really. Yeah, I mean, d5 gives the extra possibility of knight c7 check, of course, but yeah. But if you just go rook g5, then yeah. But okay, I mean, in these sort of situations, it's really a choice between a rock and a hard place. So you can't really. I mean, criticism is a little bit. Is probably a bit superfluous, really, about that. It's just, yeah, you're just going to have to see, whether the stuff that you find, whether that's going to tempt the opponent into allowing some confusion. But if it doesn't, then not going to be good. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to think a little bit about what does what does this indicate for the future Sufi somehow. Probably can't really take say too much just from one game, but it's yeah. I mean, I thought Stockfish played very, very well, with black in the first game. Played extremely actively, and managed to generate a huge amount of play on the queen side, which well, wasn't obvious at all, so Stockfish is looking pretty good, as always. And I thought Leela played pretty well as white too, to be honest. So that was pretty good. Just this move was really b4. You know, just yeah. Well, you know, too early to draw conclusions, but yeah, got to be. You know, obviously, you know, if you're in a worse position like that, just to yeah. It's worse but not lost, you know, this position. So it's not worth going you know, sort of all in with a move like b4, you know, and that's just maybe a little bit worrying somehow. But well, we'll see. It might just be a glitch in the matrix, and be back to normal Leela service afterwards. "20 minutes. That's a really long thing. It's 21 minutes. Just watching this, it gives me some sympathy for my mum, who used to watch me playing. I often spent half an hour on my games, so it was yeah, often happened. So poor thing, she had to sit and watch. So yeah, same with Leela here. So, looking forward to the next opening. Has Jeroen given any hints as to the next opening? It's that's quite interesting. It's going to be good. It's going to be really nice. I like having the swap between Jeroen's openings and my openings. I think we chose really different things. I mean, actually, when we you know, we sort of went away and put the 25 openings together, and we'd come up with completely different things. I think there was maybe one that was a bit similar, but all the rest were quite different. So that was really nice. It's yeah, just we'd obviously you know, had quite different approaches to it. So hopefully that's going to lead to a lovely Sufi, and also one that that offers something for everyone. You know, just yeah, indeed has. But everyone, all the Leela fans are praying in the TCEC chat. It's yeah, I'm wondering what Jeroen's opening is going to be. Should be interesting. I've never seen that prayer remote used so much as in the TC chat, especially when referring to Leela. That's still thinking Leela. Come on. Yeah, still going through this this very deep line. You know, this very deep and very confusing line. So really. I mean, I guess trying to make sure that it's not not completely lost and causing confusion rather than just losing. But yeah, really incredible to spend so much time on that. But it must be said, that it's probably a good time to spend time. You know, I mean, you've got loads of time left, and if you play quickly, you lose. So might as well spend time trying to find stuff. You know. But indeed, yeah, the question is whether this sort of time would be better spent in the opening. I mean, I do really wonder whether just it should be the first thing that first move out of book, you should be spending at least 10 minutes or something, just to really understand things properly. I don't know. It's what human players do anyway. That's the thing, obviously. So you sort of feel that just a bit of a shame seeing Leela spending 25 minutes. His eval is getting worse and worse, and I mean those minutes might have helped earlier on, but. 177.5 million nodes. My goodness me. Crazy Phenom is saying that Jeroen has picked 25 King's Gambit accepted. So, I don't think so. I don't think so. That would be a great book, though. But well, actually, Leela's been doing pretty well in the King's Gambit accepted for the past few Sufis, so it might not be such a bad book for Leela. But it's funny. I mean, I was saying that. Yeah, I mean, in Sufis, you sort of had, like fashion somehow. That somehow, some openings seem to be busted at some stage. Like the Open Sicilian, at some stage, Stockfish Classical was just beating it all the time. And where we had Leela with the Frenches, obviously, and also with the King's Indians as well. But yeah, I mean, if you have a look at it now, I mean, it's not very clear at all. It's. I think Stockfish still strong on the white side of the Open Sicilian, but yeah, so is Leela as well. French is obviously, I think the the NNUE, the neural net evaluation component has helped Stockfish a great deal in the French, and the King's Indians, yeah, really interesting as well. I mean, you probably give Leela the edge in them still, but just certainly not no big weakness anymore. So. Yeah, I mean, hard to think really, that one engine has really got one big weakness in particular openings now. I don't think that's true anymore. "27 minutes, my goodness me." Is Leela gonna break her nodes? Her nose barrier. My goodness me. It is quite surprising. That's yeah, surprising moment to be thinking this much, but. Vacuum clean now. It's oh dear me. Come on, Leela. Have a biscuit. I wish I had another Coke, actually. I've run out. Well, whilst we're waiting, let's get back to the interesting question that somebody asked actually was A3, Queen B8, how about F4 in this position? And I think that this was probably quite an interesting idea. Let me just get Stockfish onto it and see what he thinks. Well, that is quite hilarious, of course. The initial line the Stockfish is looking at transposes, but what Black is looking for here is... you're joking. Let me just lock the engine in that and we'll see what Stockfish finds here. But yeah, I mean, if knight eg4, bishop g1, now we're still threatening h3. So we really don't want we don't want to play b4 because that would transpose. So yeah, although this is Stockfish's line here, just yeah, transposing here like this, but now looking for e5, which to be honest is the most natural move here. And then knight to f5 maybe. Okay, so I mean we're going to have e takes f4 and we'll be able to get our knight free. But yeah, White's got quite a bit of pressure here already. I mean, this actually looks quite dangerous really already. Knight c4 is another possibility. I mean, that you don't have when you've gone b4. But I would have thought that either g5 or e5 would be quite strong. e5, maybe g5, maybe simply g5 like this. I want to try and actually I want to play e5 and I want to get at this bishop on d7, open the d file and get at the bishop, but I'm not quite sure that I'm making it properly. But I could just go, you know, I could do this and just chase the knight back and then line up on the f7 pawn. I mean, yeah, that's quite, this one's quite sensitive. What's got ideas with knight f5, knight d5. I mean, it does not look very pleasant at all. I mean, I think that f4 was actually quite a decent idea here, but yeah, knight eg4, bishop g1, and then yeah, it's got to be e5. I think knight f5. Then Black's got to try and defend this properly, which is not going to be easy. I mean, the threat is h3, so and we've also got the idea of taking on d6 here. Now, I think what Stockfish wants to do in this position is let's have a quick look just to see. Leela still thinking. No, Leela has played d5 and king f8. Oh, looks like a couple of insta moves there. Yay! Okay, so well, we're going to see. Yeah, Stockfish still looking for its complete squeeze there. So yeah, looking quite good. But looking back at this variation, so knight f5. Then I think what Stockfish wants to do. I mean, he doesn't want to take on f4 for some reason. Well, I can sort of understand it, and it's worried about this move h3. So it plays this move b4 to try and force Black to force White to take on d6 quickly. You know, by threatening rook b8 or something like that, and then after knight d6, takes, rook takes, ef maybe. Well, not very comfortable for Black, it must be said. This knight's still in a little bit of trouble, but it's got the e3 square. So yeah, this might be holdable. I'm just seeing now, actually, funnily enough, that thinking more and more, we're seeing that Stockfish is looking for knight c4, which really, well, yeah, appalls me really. I think I have to say. F4 knight c4. This does not look pleasant for Black. I'm sure even a move like g5 is very strong. I think Stockfish was looking at queen g2 first and then g5, but I mean, yeah, this is not pleasant for Black at all. So yeah, I mean, I think this probably this is quite, reasonably important for the theory of this line. I mean, it's not a major line, but I think this is really showing that that Black's got a lot of difficulties here. So knight c4. Yeah, I don't know. That does look very dubious to me. So, but okay, let's have a look. We've had a few more moves, I heard. E takes d5. Yeah, so Leela really not appreciating that move. Interesting. I think it's a very good move, actually, but we're going to see whether Stockfish is misevaluated and it's not going to be able to maintain its bind, but yeah, chances are I think that it can. Yeah, Leela's surprised by this move. So it's back down to 6.5 million nodes, so building that up again. My goodness. 20.3 billion nodes for Stockfish. Ooh. My goodness me. Yeah, so let's have a look. Have a look at the PV. I think it's still pretty much the same from Stockfish. What is Leela aiming for? Rook g8. Leela's thinking, of course, so it might change a little bit. Bishop d4, rook a8, knight bc5. Yeah, Leela's coming up with 2 pawns down is Leela's PV. Bishop versus knight. Doesn't look very good, to be honest. Doesn't look very good at all. Now, Leela thinks that's much better than the previous game, but yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure at all. We'll see. We'll see. Certainly, if Leela manages to save this one, this would be incredible. So, I think there is hope in the chat, judging by the number of prayer emotes. So, yes, indeed, Julio Andres, it really will be an amazing thing. Don't think Leela's there yet, I have to say, but Jem is wrong. Thank you, Mr. BDZZ. Thank you very much. That could indeed be a very good excuse, couldn't it? It's this is quite exciting now, actually. Just it was a little bit yeah, sort of flat after the 12th move, but now quite exciting to see whether Leela can save this. Leela evaluation starting to creep up just a little bit more, but it's yeah, I mean, it must be said that you know, the way that Stockfish is playing it, so you know, Leela gets the pawn back, and then afterwards yeah, I mean, basically you know, Leela's got 3 pawns to play with to try and transpose to some sort of vaguely drawable ending. And this is what we're seeing here in this position. Rook h4. I'm sort of wondering about this one, but I mean the fact that white's got two passed pawns and one c pawn, and okay, h pawn's the wrong coloured pawn for the bishop, but still, wrong coloured pawn. It's the wrong corner for the light square bishop. I mean, still, it would be very feels very unlikely that that this could be saved, this Leela PV. So yeah. But yeah, I mean, if Leela regains that pawn, as I said, it's got 3 pawns to play with to try and hobble to some sort of savable endgame. But I would have thought that Leela would not be able to save this. So what is Stockfish's PV now? Oh, pardon me. Yes, it's sort of looking for doom and destruction at some stage. So yeah, I mean, this is quite a beautiful position really from Stockfish. Sort of everything is playing, and then the rook on a1. Rook on d1, that was the only piece that wasn't really involved, is coming in. So yeah, I mean, that does look really very, very good for white. I would be amazed if black could really hold that. "1993, my Elo." It's been a few years since I was that Elo. So Leela, yeah, Leela PV agreement there with with Stockfish here. So yeah, I mean, we're definitely going to get into this bind position, and then the key question is, can Leela escape? Bet Leela is 315. Ah, that is probably around true, actually. I did think I was very unlucky with my bets. I really did. I thought that my bets were always correct, but somehow never earning any money whatsoever. Let's have a little look again. So yeah, this was quite an interesting little line. Let's just have a look at what's happening in the game, see whether we can find some concrete variations. B takes a3, king f8, rook takes. Takes. It was it knight a7, knight c7 that yeah, knight c7, rook a4. We're going to get bishop e5, bishop a3, king b1, bishop e7, and knight b3, and bishop c6 to defend the d5 pawn, and then bishop d3, sort of lining up those bishops beautifully. And look how restricted the knights on h6 and f6 are. So rook a7 is Leela's idea, knight a6, and now rook g8. This is where the PVs diverge, and Leela wants this. So what is this position exactly? Well, I suppose playing the rook to g8 almost makes it possible that you can move the knight from f6. I mean, you're no longer, the knight on f6 is no longer pinned by the bishop on e5, so after rook g8 you could in theory go knight e4 or knight d7. I mean, the only slight problem is that if you do go, I mean, for example, if we go king b2, knight e4, then I've always got something like rook h5, and yeah, the problem is this knight is still in trouble. I mean, it's still extremely difficult to defend, really. And this is the yeah. If we didn't have that knight on h6, if it was somewhere else, then black's position would be completely defensible. But this knight on h6 is what's going to cost black, I'm afraid. But okay, bishop a3 check. We've seen that. So yeah, so after rook g8, I mean, also you're not really threatening anything. I mean, rook g5 is not a threat. I mean, if I went king b2, rook g5, fg, knight d7, hitting the bishop, you might think, but I just go bishop d4, hitting the rook there. I mean, even if I wasn't hitting the rook, I mean, I could just protect the, you know, the g pawn, and the knight has to go back to g8, you know, which is again quite miserable. So yeah, I mean, it really is a, you know, a horrible position for black. I mean, the only thing, you know, that is possible, of course, you know, certainly in a human game, I mean, you could imagine messing this up, you know, of course you could, but yeah, you know, an engine like Stockfish, you don't really expect it. Still a lot of time on the clock. It's a lot of time to burn here still. An hour and 25 left for Stockfish, and an hour and 2 minutes left. Yeah, really an awful lot of time there. Yeah, Canchess, that's true. It's leading to a decisive pair. That's good. Good start, at least. That's yeah. We're going to see whether all of them, how successful all of them are, but not bad. Not bad at all. Happy with that. Happy with 2 different games. I mean, that's what I keep on saying, but that's really the nicest thing that that everyone. Yeah, that's you know, we get some nice entertainment both games, and not just one nice game and then repeated the next one. It's I don't know. Ah dear, Leela and Stockfish spending so much time over king b1. Oh dear. Later Stockfish will look back on its life and think, why did I spend so much time on obvious moves? It's well, that's true. Exactly, Canchess. It's very important to have some wins. Just don't want all wins. Some draws have to be there too. But so Stockfish evaluation continuing to rise there. Leela's rising a bit as well. It sort of went down, and now it's going up again. Yeah, I mean, Stockfish's PV is pretty much what we were looking at really in on the analysis board. What you're seeing is, we just get to this position where white's just got a total. I mean, black's challenging. Oh, sorry, it's always moving a bit. But black is. Has done everything he can, he's moved his rook from g8, but yeah, if he moves the knight from e4, then rook takes h5 comes in, and so basically, this is the best that black can achieve, and all that black can do really is just sit and wait, and well, I mean, considering white's still got a rook on d1 that isn't doing very much, that could be put to active use, yeah, you really don't. You really can't see that Leela can hold this. And there's too many open files, too many open diagonals, for there not to be, nasty tactics. So bishop c6 from Leela, and yeah, just simple development from Stockfish here. Bishop d3. I don't really see. I'd be really amazed if Leela manages to hold anything. It's. Oh no! I was thinking, oh, look at Stockfish, it's boomed with knight d4, but it's just looking to go back to b3 afterwards and then go bishop d3. It's even even enjoying its repetitions now. Click the padlock under the boards to stop the PVs changing. Thank you. What a good tip. There we are. Brilliant. Learned another thing on the TCC GUI there. So yeah, I mean, just having a look at the PVs. I mean, this is another one, that's just again so difficult for black. I mean, double rooks on the G file, dark squared bishop. Yeah, I mean, at some stage, one of these pawns is going to fall. It's how does the PV bishop f6? This is just Stockfish doing its business, really. This is just very, very good. How about Leela? What's Leela thinking about at the moment? Who's thinking at the moment, actually? It's Stockfish still. Yeah, I mean, it's just quite ominous, really. The more it thinks, the higher it's getting. So So what is Stockfish looking at now? Should be 5. Well, that's kind of less clear, I suppose. But again, I mean, we've still got this horrific knight on h6. I mean, this is really the problem. Yeah, sometimes it almost looks like it's got a little bit more reasonable, and then you just remember this knight on h6, and then you just realise that it's just never going to be good. I mean, that's the problem. That's just the huge problem with it. It's just I think I think, at the end, Leela will manage to struggle out and get something that looks vaguely plausible, were it not for the knight on h6. I think that's going to be the one there. I think what I'm probably going to do, though, is I'm probably going to finish off the stream in about 10 or 15 minutes. It's starting to get quite late here. Yeah, I'll pick up probably sometime tomorrow morning. I'll probably try and catch some of the games tomorrow morning. It's just have a little look at the schedule, actually. Which games are we going to be seeing? Firefox, where's Firefox? Which games are we going to be seeing then? Live and then schedule. So in progress, then we've got these are Jeroen's openings, 59, 428, fantastic, and then 757. I quite like this opening. I like this one, so I would actually like to be there. I think I'll give it a go to. This is UTC, so it's actually 8:57 in the UK. So yeah, okay. I think I'll try and I will try and stream at around 9 o'clock in the morning tomorrow morning and follow those. And I'm really going to try and catch some of Jeroen's games as well, not just concentrate on mine. But it's just yeah. You've lived those openings so much, really. It just you just really want to do them, and then so that's 5 and 6, 7, 8 Jeroen's openings again. Lovely. And then in the evening we've got these two. Yeah, no, we'll give it a go. Just you could actually just you really could just stream your whole life away. So I've actually got a little bit of holiday this week, so I was actually planning to spend most of it in the garden in the sun, but yeah, exactly. We should really we should be providing wall-to-wall 24-hour streaming coverage of the Sufi. We really should. It's is that converted to my time zone? Oh, curses. That's less. Is that really converted? It is converted. You're right. You're absolutely right. So it really is 7:57. Now I'm always up. Just to start streaming, I might look a little bit horrific that early in the morning. Well, what's new? So I'll give it a go. I'll try and be there sometime around that time just to do streaming. So would like to see that opening. Would like to see how Stockfish and Leela handle that. Yeah, I mean, it's a lovely. It is actually a lovely feeling. I mean, I do like this Sufi rhythm where you go to bed and some games happen during the night, and you wake up and say, "What did Leela do? What did Stockfish do? Who's ahead?" So, I mean, it must be said, the recent Sufis, it's kind of been, waking up and finding that Stockfish has got a couple of quick wins somehow during the night, but it can always be different. It doesn't have to be like that. So knight a6, we're which move would you think of before falling asleep? Yes, it's thinking of b4, the move that Leela copied Stockfish. You can just imagine, sort of Stockfish and Leela in the bar, and Leela saying, "Oh God, playing the fish, you know, in a 100-game match, tough, and Stockfish saying, "Hey, I tell you what, I've got a great novelty, you know, just B4. It's and Leela saying, "Are you sure? Yeah. Trust me. Have I ever done anything stupid?" And all right, I'll go B4 then. It's and then just all going wrong. So I love this lock PV. Thanks so much for that tip, Jeremiah. That's really excellent. So 3.01. So yeah, it's yeah, I mean, this is again really still really painful. Then at some stage, yeah, I mean, to be honest, you know, these sort of things in the PV, when you know, you sort of see Stockfish giving up the bishop pair, and then you know, just to win a pawn. It's the sort of thing that makes you think, oh well, maybe there are chances, and then you just remember this knight on h6, and you realise that you know, Stockfish's evaluation is not just about winning a pawn or whatever. It's just it's just that yeah, it's also counting the dynamic advantage of this, you know, of this horrific knight as well. Sorry, Mr. BDZZ, but we're bound to have great moments where Leela wins fantastic victories. So and then it'll just be Stockfish in the bar, getting advice from Ethereal about what it should play. So what is Leela looking at? Let's just what sort of lines is it looking at? Rook g5. Yeah, again, this looks pretty nasty, but this is not so bad, the one that Leela's looking at. I mean, this this PV, this is well, I think you definitely count that as a result if you got there. I mean, I think Stockfish would still win this. I mean, there's just targets and you know, the rook's active and everything. But yeah, I mean, you've got some sort of hope there, you know. But what's Leela looking at now? It's quite interesting. This it's just we're back to this one. I mean, if you know, if Leela gets this this PV, then this is actually quite a result, really. I mean, only lost one pawn, and knight's been activated on a completely normal square f6. You know, I mean, this would be yeah, still a technical challenge for white. I mean, I think it's still winning because I mean, in principle, you just keep on advancing, and you know, black has to somehow maybe blockade on c7, and then you bring your rook over and you start attacking the h pawn. You know, I think it's just would always be lost. But I don't think that Stockfish would. I'd be surprised if Leela got this far, to be honest. I would think that it would probably get this far, but also having lost the h pawn. So yeah, you know, that's but quite interesting. Quite interesting what Leela's trying to do. And what's the end of Leela's PV? Oh, let's just what does that look like? King. Wow. Yeah, it's still fighting, but yeah, I don't think things will get that far. Leela is having another very long think indeed. So just trying to find its way out. Well, I think it's nearly 11:30 here in the UK, so I think I'm going to go to bed, and I am going to try and be up and awake and active around 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and take a look at the games there, and should be an interesting opening, that early morning one. So quite looking forward to that one, and yes, quite a bit of personal history in that one for me. So looking forward to that. All right, everyone. Thanks very much, everyone, for all the chat, all the comments, all the ideas and everything. It's been great fun. Always great fun watching the Sufi together. So well, let's hope that we get plenty more great games, and that both engines can have a bit of fun this time. All right. Thanks very much indeed, everyone. Bye bye.